Leetcode. We'll do one Leetcode. Then just straight away continue on with the X3DH building. Because that's taking some days now. So let's first go to a monkey type. And the consideration here. Now I have a question for everyone who's going to watch this video. Should I or should I create in live videos? It's Sydney. It'll be the first time that I live outside of my house. Chances that I do streams there are slim. The streams that I would do there would probably be doing a Leetcode question, perhaps, or I just end the day, because by that time usually I'm thinking the end of the day would be the best time to actually get any Leetcode done. I'll be basically day by then. So let me know whether I should do day in life. As an intern, which is still to me a little bit cringe. I'm thinking about ways to make this video of day in life stuff unique. Perhaps with no speaking, but perhaps have a GoPro on my chest while I do just like normal day-to-day tasks. Something because I'm not even sure whether my commentary be that useful. And so fine. The other thing is, guys, feel free to join Discord, because we're gonna build up if we can. I'm missing here the tildes. Oh, shift. And I'll be maybe releasing some resources at some point. Well, it's already released mainly. I'm just yapping now. Whoops. Okay. Close that. We're gonna go to Leetcode. We're just gonna do a question from Leetcode. The question is, what do we want to learn? Could learn about free advanced we'll do a tree problem because I haven't done one in a while. It's going to be hard, so good. Probably not going to be able to solve this one, but we'll definitely understand the question at least. Hello, Ibrahim. Welcome for being the first to speak in chat. Okay, given the root of a non-empty binary tree, return the maximum path. Return the maximum path sum of any non-empty. A path in a binary tree is a sequence pair of adjacent as connecting them. Node cannot appear in the sequence more than once. Path does not necessarily need root. Path sum of path. You want to return the maximum sum. So you're telling me that path sum of a path is the sum of the node's values. Path 3, output of 6. Make a total of 2, 3. And then we have 2. We'd go from 15, 20 and 1, 20, 50, 30, versus 40. So that would be 40 versus 30. So 40 maybe some, which it is. Okay, so that's going to be tough, man. Think about this tree problem. Because the biggest issue here is how to find any combination of paths which will make this work. Ooh. Good work, Nib. We set this up. This actually is working. To some extent, at least. Tag. Definitely. So at least in part, it is working. And I realized like my microphone was on kind of a lower setting. Couldn't hear me very well. Maybe. Wait, let me try and turn it back and just see. Hello, hello, hello. Maybe when I'm speaking, it's okay. Okay. I just turn up the gain a little bit now. Maybe it's a little too gained. I might try and play around with this. A little bit. A little bit. Test, test. Okay. Alright, maybe, yeah, I'll keep it as is then. I'll keep it as is. Okay. Now, in a previous problem to this, we had a similar issue. So constructing a binary tree from pre-order and in order was part of was one that I needed to learn. So yeah, I think this is what I need to learn properly. Because I never watched this solution in detail, I should do this now.
Hey everyone, welcome back, and let's write some more Leetcode today. So today let's solve a pretty fun problem: construct a binary tree from a pre-order and in-order traversal. So we're actually given two integer arrays representing 1, the pre-order traversal, and 2, the in-order traversal of a binary tree. And our goal is to take these two traversals and the orderings of those nodes and then reconstruct basically the original binary tree that the traversals are from. And it is technically possible. These two traversals have all the information we need. We just need to take that information and then deconstruct it and then reconstruct this binary tree from those. So just to verify it, let's go through this tree and actually do the pre-order traversal first of all. So first, we know pre-order traversal is you start at the root and then you process the current node.
Hold on, this doesn't seem right. I feel like I did do this already. Yeah, okay, I did do this, so this isn't exactly the one that I'm thinking of. Level order traversal? If so, like...
Hey everyone.
No, it's not level order traversal. What app are you using for note taking? I'm using Obsidian. So it's just got a different theme on it. Binary tree right side view, that's not it either. Good nodes in a binary tree. I don't think this is it either, nope. Validate binary tree. Nope, not this one either. I remember a 30-minute solution. Okay, it doesn't matter. I guess we'll just learn this from here. Okay. Oof. You go down the left path. Summing from the 15. I guess you can always maybe can you even do this in a deep dynamic programming way? Perhaps. Maybe, maybe not. But I'm thinking, like, say you start from -5 at the bottom there. And then you go up. To 10. Okay. Jacob, are you Leetcoding for fun at this point? Yeah. Yeah, basically. Even with the internship lined up, yes. I'm also doing it because, you know, I feel like I'm still not done in terms of if I keep my skills sharpened for Leetcode, then future opportunities will also be easier as well. So it's not really, I'm not doing it only for, you know, the short-term gain. The idea is hopefully I can become a better engineer by doing more Leetcode questions more often. And it'll also mean that, you know, maybe the hiring process for me in future, beyond the internship, would be easier. So with all that in mind, Leetcode is, this is why I'm still doing Leetcode, but I also do like problem solving to an extent and doing these problems. So, you know, at the end of the day, I think, you know, if I still like it, then continuing on with it is still pretty good. I'm still pretty happy. If you start from -5, go to 15. You say on 15 that it's the maximum that you can get is 15. From 20, the maximum you can get is going to be either 20 or 15 plus 20. So 35, and then you say, okay, 5 there. 20 plus 5 is 25 or 35. Alright, 35 or 25. And so you'd say it's 25. You'd say it's 35. And then from there, you go back again. So 35 plus 15, you'd say that's 20, 20. Or so 20 or -15, you'd say it's 20. And then if you're from 10, you go 10, 10, just 10, and then 10 plus 20 is 30. Or -15. Wait, 10 plus 20 is 30. 20 plus 15 is 5. Oh wait, no. We said it was 35 here, so it's going to be 15 at least there. Sorry, 20. It's going to be 20. And then we're going to take the 20 plus the 10 to get 30. So the maximum there you would get is 30, which still makes sense, yes. Copy multi speaking in Korean, I can't read that. What's up, Irk? And Dot, I'll give you a referral, maybe. Depends, man, depends. Okay. Yeah, 33 contributions consistently. That's actually not entirely true. It is going to be, I will have to say, partially automated because there's backups occurring. So I'm kind of backing up to my GitHub. Yeah. Nah, copy multi, I ain't Korean, man. I'm Chinese. I'm Chinese, man. But yeah, like Irk, I'm doing some backups basically on my to my GitHub every night. Trees. Yeah, they're automated, Irk. It's it's alright, bro. Well, okay, copy multi. Another thing is I can't read Chinese, so I can't say I know what you just said either. Actually, wait, can I read that? Let me, before I even I can read big. 我的 you see, wait, I think you said 我 something. I know, I really misunderstood. Okay, yeah, that way. Yeah, no. I mean, that's not my Chinese name, but close enough. Close enough. But I'm good. This is probably harder than the question. So what's your native language? My native language is literally English because I was born here. Let me see. Yeah, so what is the reason behind backing up automatically? That's the thing. It's we got like these specific config files in the house. That's all I can say. And we need to back them up just to an external storage system, and that's GitHub in this case. You know. What do you mean from 1 to 9? Oh yeah. Okay. Yeah, I get what you mean, Mr. B. I just realized the viewership. I've learned Mern in Next.js. What should I proceed next? Well, that's entirely up to you. I mean, if you think you've learned enough of Mern in Next.js, honestly, you might be alright with that. Because the point of learning these tools, to me at least, you want to be able to create something with them. So if anything, get better at them. Alright, both the Mern stack and the Next.js stack. Maybe build an app around the Mern stack that you are actually personally passionate about. Yeah, maybe. Have I built anything with Mern and Next.js? Not together, right? But I've definitely played with tutorials for Mern, and I've also had Next.js as something I worked with in the startup that I was at. So yeah, I've had both experience to an extent. The vacuum is gonna go off. You guys hear all that? So should you learn Spring Boot or move to ML? I would say, I mean, that's really also up to you. The Spring Boot feels like to me something you'll need to learn in the job when you're doing anything big tech probably, or like even big bank. ML is if you're interested in learning it, right? But it wouldn't hurt to learn it, so maybe learn ML. Maybe learn ML. Yeah, mum. Your mum whenever you're doing anything important, I know. Yeah, no, we're fine now. Alright, so this is, you're giving me a puzzle now, copy multi, alright? Now, I'm already doing a puzzle myself here, man. No, I'm kidding. Okay, you see a boat filled with people, yet there isn't a single person on board. How is that possible? You see a boat filled with people, yet there isn't a single person on board. Well, you could just look at another boat that's in the horizon over the sea. and there isn't a single person on board. Perhaps you're the only person on, I don't know, on land. Hey, do today's daily problem? Nah, I won't be doing that. I won't be, because I need to do this, right? I need to do this. If I can get this one done fast, maybe. The people on board are all married. Oh, there isn't a single person. Yeah, alright, fair enough. You got me there. That's fair enough. I was trying to see if you see a boat filled with people meant, you know, you see a boat filled with people in the distant horizon. Okay, nah, I gotcha. I thought the trick was in the first phrase, but it was in the second. Keep me sharp. Yeah, ChatGPT might though, if we've heard of it before. Which country are you from? Australia. Alright, let's see. But when you said about prepping for interviews, it's like relearning English. Yeah, there is to an extent of that, to be honest. In the sense that if you're prepping for behavioral interviews as well, it's almost like, yeah, you got to say the right things. Okay, so here's what I'm gonna do, right? I know of a method to solve this, but I want to think of it in terms of, can I do it in BFS? Perhaps. We got to start from the root. Do we? And then we got to go up the tree. So if we're starting from, sorry, we got to start from the leaf nodes. So if we start from, say, if we do DFS, we get, say, go down the left side, we get 10. There's no other smaller values, so 10 is just going to be the smallest value there, or the maximum value. Then you go up to -15 and you say, well, do you do it? You can do it recursively, I suppose, and say, if the sum of the left and right, so that would be, in that case, 35 plus 15, which is 20. 20 plus 10 is going to be 30. So you do add those two leaf nodes. You still have to just add those two leaf nodes together. But you're building it from bottom up. And I think that's the problem that I have, and I don't understand how to do properly. So how to do bottom up, how to do how to go from bottom up to build out almost like a new tree. Okay. Gemini gave you the riddle. Yeah, Mr. B, it is starting from the end. Man in college, they really would have. So it's like 6 minutes. Yeah. I mean, even with, I feel like if you specialize, if they create like special interview classes, there could be an issue there because everyone's going to be the same again. You know, if that becomes the standard, and then the way to stand out is to, you know, the way to stand out might be a little harder. You know, because the competition's gotten good actually from just studying at uni. Don't you just go down the right side after sorting it? Sort, it just goes down the right side of the tree. Don't think you need to. I do this to see if I can do it. Okay, so I think sorting isn't necessary, I think, because, well, actually, sort it, then just go down the right side of the tree. If you sort the tree, how do you sort a tree, you know? Maybe that's a question I'll ask you. But I don't think that'll be the right solution to sort it. I think you can just do this in a time search without having to sort anything beforehand. So we'll see. Okay, we'll have a look here, and we're gonna basically go into this with the idea, with some idea already, but we'll see.
Hey everyone, welcome back, and let's write some more neat code today. So today let's solve binary tree maximum path sum. And yes, this is another problem from the blind 75 Leetcode list. So this is a list of 75 common Leetcode questions, and today we're going to be solving this tree question, binary tree maximum path sum. The link to this spreadsheet.
Okay, so I'm looking at this solution as opposed to watching this, but I think this is kind of the idea that I was thinking of. Should I just try it? Because this is a DFS, right? And you're going down the left DFS, right DFS, and then finding the max of the two. Now, he does a thing where you just include 0. So you just make it 0 here, which is a little bit questionable, because why would you? So left max, right max. You take the max of either the res of 0, y res of 0. Res of 0. Yo, yeah, why the res of 0? What is res here? It's equal to just the root node value. Okay, and left max, right max, and the root value. Let's try and write something before we try this also. Okay, did you get the referral from did you get a referral for the Amazon thing? No. I just went through the online process. So I just applied online to their company website, basically. Yeah. Okay, so my thinking is we got to keep track of numbers. Now, how do we do it? I think that's the main concern. How do we keep track of numbers? And because what he did here with the reses was confusing to me, this might be the reason why. That might be the reason why. That really just might be the reason why. I don't know how this works. So perhaps, like, we can think of just the DFS side of things for now. You're given some node. You go down the left node, and you go down the right node. And if you ever reach a node where it's equal to null or none, then you return just something. Okay, so you return something, maybe return 0. Okay, so maybe that's the number that you return. But you go down the left and right sides. Now what do these return? They should return left max, right? As he said, so right max, left and right maxes, which then you would say, well, your current node is going to be either the node value. Would it be the node value? So left max, right max. So node value or node value plus left max or node val plus right max. Let me think about this. So you're saying that left max is so say 3 plus 1 is going to be greater than 1 for sure, and 2 plus 1 is going to be greater than 1 for sure. So you kind of need this separate. You need this separate. Control V, or maybe just paste. Okay. And perhaps, okay. Are you currently working or job hunting? I am currently studying, and I've gotten an internship now, which I'm happy about. But yeah, I'm currently just studying. Okay, node val might be node val. It might be, it just might be. Okay. Now, why do I say it might be? Because you're changing these node values when perhaps maybe you don't want to. Now, does that affect anything? If this node value you find, and you keep track of a max value, so we'll call this a resulting value, which starts from ooh. It can't be 0 because it can be also a negative number. So let's just say this is gonna be a little bit I don't like to have to rely on math here to use float inf there. But node.val well, yeah, what was my concern here? I think my concern was that the res is equal to the max of node val or res. And then you return res. Or should I say you do DFS first from the root. And then that res would be updated. Now, this is probably not right. But we will see. Okay, cannot access local variable res where it is not associated with a value. Sure, so I wonder if non-local res so unsupported operand, yeah, so okay, non-local res was it. But I won't use a non-local res because that's just going to be a little bit shit. I'm literally building this function in a function. Alright, but it's fine. We'll have a look. So hello Aditya. We're gonna have to... Okay, right, yeah, okay, so I did inf when I was meant to do negative inf. Negative inf. Negative inf. So the first test case passes. The second you get at most 35. Let's have a look at why by going through each of the possible node vals. Okay, so we're going to have return. We're going to print just the node val after all of that. So it goes from 10 to negative 5. Then it goes 15. Should DFS node left, but it goes down right and then left left. So node val, so left max is going to be 0. We can probably print also, just to see where we are in it, in this tree. By printing, yeah, let's print the node value. One, two, three, three, 6. Now I'll just quickly go like that. Call it current node or current. Okay. Now, Aditya says, guide me, how can I get internship at Amazon? Well, here's the thing, right? There's going to be a level of luck, but there's also going to be a level of just applying around for a lot of things, for a lot of different open positions. Go to maybe Grad Connect to find all the open positions that there are for all the internships. You know, like the internships, they're always open on you know, early March and all the way to now even, but there's less definitely during like June, July time. But definitely around August and March, that's when they kind of open up the internships, you know, and it's pretty much the same thing for Amazon. So it's not you know, just for any, it's really just for any company, big tech company at the moment. That's what they do. So after you do apply, right, you kind of need to make sure you have a good resume before that. So my resume building kind of started a year back now. So it's been a year almost when I first created like a rough copy of a resume. And that rough copy was improved over time, slowly, right? So I do have like my actual resume. Whoops. I opened the wrong tab. Yo, actually, why does that shoots up my GPU? I mean my CPU. It's still going. Oh, it's because I opened a container, but damn. Hold on. I'm gonna restart this. Give me like half a second to just restart Firefox here. Okay, so I closed Firefox. Yeah, CPU's dropped now dramatically. Reopen. Oh yeah, no, Aditya. Look, man, I'll look at that on your LinkedIn after. What do you mean super chats? I don't know what they are. I don't even know what super chats are, yeah. Bro, I'm behind the times. I'm kind of behind the times. And hello, Vilius. I saw your message before that as well. Unless you're saying bye with a wave. Perhaps I will figure out how to receive money later. That's definitely I mean, that would definitely be cool. That would definitely be cool. I appreciate your intention. I'll definitely give you an idea of your resume, but not on this. Unless you want to get your resume shown by everyone. But also after I finish this, likely. And also, right, the thing that I wanted to open up was literally my resume as well. I wanted to open up this to show you this was my resume, but this is the repository where you can see it from. It's a public repository, and you can see like over the past 18 commits, which is from all the way back in October 3rd, literally a year ago now, that I've made changes to my resume up until this point. Yeah, that's, I mean, some history if you want to see it. Okay, I'll show you a resume then, after I finish this problem. Now, the problem that I have with this problem is that when I run this, I need to see now, why does the standard output look like that, man? What's happening? Oh, right. Value, current position. So if that's your current position, 1, 2, 3. Now it goes 1, 2, 3. You want to go 1, 3, 2. Now you can only go 1, 3, 2. Wait. That is also, this is 1, this is 2, this is 3. Okay, if that's the case, I do that. Two, 3, and 6, because I'm modifying in place 2, 3, and 6. 6 because you're going to have 2 plus 3 plus 1, and then you'd return node val. Now node val or res would be the largest number. Now res, why isn't it changed? Is it because of this? Are all your GitHub commits real, like the green field? No. Well, yes. I mean, yes and no. Some of it's automated. I spoke to, what's his name? Irk asked a similar question, but I just explained that it was partially automated as well. And those are because of like config files that I have to keep backups of. Yeah, Aditya, that would be cool. Except that I have a project right now that I'm working on, which is that scheduler app. And that's what I'm going back to, basically. And honestly, if we can get a dedicated group of devs for that, that would be cool. But anything else at the moment, probably not. Like realistically, that's what I'm saying. For me at least, you know. Alright, so current is 40. Now that's kind of promising, but why does that revert then to 35? Oh, right, because this is a DFS function. Wait. I have to think about this. Now the output goes to 70 now. Oh yeah. So yeah, Aditya. So the idea behind the scheduler app, or maybe I'll just say it once, right? I'll say it once here. But after this, I'll finish this. But my thinking with the schedule app, this is something I've been thinking of for a while now. But it's basically like a calendar app, right? So it's just like a calendar app, but there is a tasks component. And the idea is the tasks can be automatically scheduled and seen into this calendar view. So then you have this calendar view maybe of the week of your calendar, and you want to, I guess if I go to the repo, it might just be better, go to the app. If I go to the app, I'll show you kind of what I've built so far. Now, okay, I'll just type in the actual login details. So it's just a demo at example, wait. Okay, a demo at example with password demo. You can just log in and you kind of see this, if I change it to light mode, you can kind of see this calendar view of your week. The idea is you can change these weeks. Problem is right now, these events don't really, they're static, they don't change. And you have a tasks view. And the idea is you can also, these are all static at the moment, but you can create tasks and those tasks get seen in your calendar, and then you can kind of see like how much you can get done when you automatically schedule all this stuff. And there's some like properties to these tasks that you need to consider, like the highest priority and when they're due, and then those can also be taken into consideration with your calendar. And so almost like your calendar is automatically scheduled, shuffled into a way that you can kind of organize your whole week, right? If you have like millions of tasks to do, right? That's the idea. And maybe this is a sellable product to corporate people at some point, but this is a problem that I personally have been seeing, like for myself, because the task management apps that currently exist, like Things3, like Todoist, they don't have a very good view or event-centric idea of tasks. That's what I'm thinking. And so, yeah, okay, so let me go through these questions. So Aditya, like Calendly, and yeah, so not exactly. I think I just explained it. Hopefully that's all right. How do you customize your sideberry for Firefox? You can just go to the settings of sideberry, and then just edit. I mean, the colors, there's just like different colors. You just got to go through this whole list, to be honest. And we'll have a dashboard. So this scheduler app, the idea is yes, at some point, but we got to think of like statistics. Maybe it's the amount of tasks we completed in a day. Maybe we can have sort of like a almost like a GitHub grid. What's it called? So if I go to my profile, right, this is the thing that we got asked with. So like say all these contributions, right? If we got these a contributions graph, right? But this grid layout is maybe something I can implement in this dashboard. Maybe how many tasks you completed in a day, that shows up as the number of contributions, right? Equivalents. So 5 tasks, you got 5 tasks showing up, and the more you do, the more the better. But maybe that's also going to be bad in a sense that that's prioritizing tasks. So maybe instead you think of it as how much time you spend. But also the time you spend is also something you want to worry about as well, because you don't want to also spend too much time sometimes, unless you think of this whole task management app as for being conscious of your days. So, that's, yeah, maybe, it's something about just thinking about conscious activities of your days. Like, you got journaling, meditation or whatever, stuff like that. Maybe it's even like cooking, you know, just being conscious of what you're doing at a given time. That might be good. And it's not just, you know, tasks that require productivity that you're going to put on this app. So I think that would make sense, you know. This is just me justifying it to myself as well now at this point and just coming up with ideas. So yeah. So what are you using to build that? We are using, let's see. If I go back now, this is, whoops, I went too far again. So this is using Fast API, React. So we got a front end, we got a back end, PostgreSDB. All of it's encapsulated in Docker and it's deployed, self-hostable. We don't have images yet, but that's a future concern. Yeah, the front end is React with Shadcn and components. And okay. Yeah, so Aditya, yeah, for sure. Contact me on honestly, contact me on Discord, I feel. Because LinkedIn is I kind of try to limit my usage on that. So come on Discord, chat. There's a channel for the scheduler app that nobody's talked in yet. So I mean, if you want to talk about this stuff, by all means. Yeah. Yeah, so look, like gamification of this stuff and giving like rewards, both of these are part of my motivation for this app, you know, because you know, sometimes the only sort of satisfaction you get out of these current to-do list apps, like things like to-do list, is just like a checkbox sound, right? Ding, or whatever. So all right, I think I've caught up. Now let's look at the solution, because I think we are probably good to have a look here.
Hey everyone, welcome back.
All right, actually, yeah, no. All right, let me just do the resume now, because it's actually been some time, right? So I'll do the resume last thing, and then I'll finish this Leetcode question, and then I'll do my other shit. Okay, I'll do my other shit. All right. All right, let's see. LinkedIn, right? Give me a sec, because I also got to reply to a LinkedIn message, which I will just do in a second, and I'll get to your message in a second also. So funny. Okay, so I have written all I need, and let me now go to U editor and have a look here. So, alright, I'll bring this up, I'll pull this up. Okay, now, overall the structure is looking pretty nice. Let's see. I like the bolding. Yep, I mean, good use of percentages, alright, good numbers, okay, good numbers. Perhaps even when you say, okay, designed and implemented RESTful APIs and microservice to improve scalability and reduce server response time, maybe even say what amount of time that was reduced by, okay? I think this is fine. I guess when I think of this also, I'm thinking, so you say collaborated closely with DevOps team and monitored infrastructure and application health, utilized tools like Centeron, Grafana, and Prometheus for real-time monitoring. I would say one thing is to try and, because right now you're targeting this as, you know, just the DevOps team itself. Frame it in a way that's more targeted towards you, like what you did, right? So you collaborated, not just collaborated closely with the team, but you made use of these monitoring infrastructure tools like Centeron, Grafana, blah, 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 right? Not just doing it in a team, but you used it and you used it with the team, that's fine. But I guess the emphasis is try and frame it in a way that's you used it a lot more than the rest of the team did, or whatever. Or not the rest of the team, but that you have used it not solely because the team is using it, for example. Actually, does that even make sense? You know? Yeah, okay, so you do understand what I mean. Good. So yeah, reframe it mainly for how you have used it, right? Okay, that's good. Yep, okay. I would say that's still good so far. Yep. I would still, yeah, I think, no, this is all still good. Implement key functionalities, including priorities. Yeah. Honestly, this whole section right here is pretty well written. If the thing is, I don't know if I would or would not expect it to be more, I guess, specific. I don't know though, from a recruiter's point of view. This is my just point of view, that maybe it should be a little more specific. Except I don't know how to make it more specific than this. Right, so because you have to kind of give both the big idea and also the minutiae. But I think you do make that point with all the mentioning of the different applications you use, like GNOS and Dynatrace, right? So I think you're fine in that case. Yeah, so I think this part is fine overall. And full stack development intern. To reduce manual efforts of the team by 40%. Now, is this a duplicate? I mean, here's the thing. I'm reading into this too detailed, but I think mentioning it twice over wouldn't be a problem, especially for the recruiter when they're only looking, like browsing through your resume. So I think that's fine also. Yeah, I mean, I think that's fine overall. So these parts are good. Just about small things here as well. Overall, this professional section part, I would give it a good score. Honestly, it's probably on par or even better than mine at the moment. I would say that's good. And education, fair enough. Yep, just one-liner. Pretty standard, pretty good. Skills, back-end development, and front-end development. So, yep, lots of good mentions. I guess one thing to mention is the missing space between the comma and the G here. RESTful APIs, JWT. Now, yeah, I think that's all fine as is. It gives you an idea of what you have played around with, and just from looking at this, I would say, you know, it's it's a web app related utilities and also some DevOps, obviously. And that's all good. Programming languages, Java, C++, Python, JavaScript. Yeah, all pretty good as well, just as is. Just showing your skills section like this is, I think, good enough. I did also include like a CLI tools section. So I had like CLI tools like this, and I just mentioned the basics or things that I've actually looked into the documentations or used often. So Git Vim, Tmux, Restic rclone, those are for like the backup solution. PyEnv is what I use for Python. Poetry is what I've used for the scheduler app. Make is what I use for C, Valgrind for C. That's something to consider. I've heard it's not conventional to have that, but I have it anyway, just a pointer. And the projects, let's have a look. Also, just having like a whole one-pager like this is also good. You don't want more than one page, really. I think they're good. I mean, these also, I don't have much to say except, I mean, these are projects, right? So I don't see any numbers, but I think the mention of all of these other like tools that you've used is fine. Yeah, I mean, they're fine. Good one overall, Aditya. Yeah. Yeah. JWT and RESTful API. That's all right. That's all good. All right. Well, good one overall, I'd say. So, good shit. All right. Now we got a few. Logan will accept you. All right. We'll continue now. Having a look at this.
Let's write some more Leetcode today. So today let's solve
good,
binary
Aditya.
tree maximum path sum. And yes, this is another problem from the blind 75 that I wanted to do from this list, nearly all of them so far. So a path is defined in a binary tree as being a sequence of nodes where each pair of adjacent nodes in the sequence has a edge connecting them, and a node can only appear in the
just gonna
sequence at most
1x5
once.
speed.
And the path sum of that path is
1.5x
defined as
speed.
being the sum of all the nodes' values in that path. So for example, in this example, we're given a tree, and the path is basically going like this, right? You see how, you know, we have a node, we go here, and then we go here, right? This counts as a path, right? Even though from here we're technically splitting, we're going left and right, this is still a sequence of nodes, right? It could be read like in any direction, but it's still like a sequence. And then when you take that path, you basically get 1 + 2 + 3, so that's going to be the output. Now, of course, in this problem, we can actually have negative values. So for example, this 2 could be -2. So then what would be the maximum path sum then? Well, we don't want to add negative values. That won't increase our total. So in this case, we're going to go from here to here, right? This is going to be our path, 1 + 3, and then we would return.
Yeah, but what if you had like a negative value that was contributing positively at the end of the day if you took the other side of the path, right? All right.
4. Now what happens if this -1, this value was a -1 instead, right? Now we could just take 3 by itself, that counts as a path, or we could take 2 by itself, that counts as a path, or we could still take that same path, which would give us 2 - 1 + 3, which gives us 4, and that is actually the max.
Yeah, right. Yeah.
So it's possible that negative values could still be included in the output.
Yeah.
So you might think, well, what if we have a tree of all positive values like this one? Can we just take every single node, like basically like this, and call it a path? And just add every value together? Well, no. And the reason is because if we had this structure, right, this isn't really a path, because how would you traverse it, right? We could start here, then go this way, then go down, but then here we have to make a split. We can't go in 2 directions at once. That doesn't count as a path. So basically what we realize is, as we look at this example, is that if we're starting at a node, we can only split once, right? Like if we're here, we can split in 2 directions, right? We can include a path from here, from the left side, and then we can also go here, right? And if we get to this portion, right, we already had a split up above, so we can't split twice, right? Because then it's no longer a path. So we can only choose one of these nodes. We would obviously choose the bigger one, that's a 5, right? So take a look, what would the sum be if we ended up splitting from here?
Sorry, I feel like I gotta finish this right. So you start off with 10. So okay, I want to open this up in just YouTube so I can keep the right point in time that I was at. Let's say you got 10 max 10, or 10 result. Return 15. Go wait. Right, you go down to 5 because you're going down right and then left all the way to 5. 5 and 10. You're gonna still say 10. You got 15 and 10. Right. That's not ideal. Okay, have a good one, Aditya. I still output 35 here, except I want to output the result. Your output was -inf. Yeah, let's have a think. Your output was -inf, the expected output was int. Int. This could be. Nope, so convert float infinity to integer is not possible. However, the print statement of the result so it's still -inf, but why is it -inf? If we set it to non-local, is it not going to be... Oh, is that why he uses a oh my god, is that why he uses a array here? You know what I mean? If that is, man, it was just because of a Python thing also, okay. Oh. Oh my god. Res. So non-local res, we don't need that anymore. But res like this and a res value. Negative inf still. Wait, what is happening? Right, we didn't even run this function. Yep, so now I'm just going to remove these reses again. Because actually I feel like they're not necessary now. Right. Yep, so that's because non-local res. $55 when we return 48. Oh man, this is a bigger one actually. So why is this test case not working? We're gonna iterate through this one to see. Okay, but why did it work for the other two? Man, shouldn't be that difficult. You know what? Like literally this at this point, it's just a matter of going to the solution and just reading, making sure we understand.
Hey everyone, welcome back. And increase is actually can't go and take a look. What would the sum be if we ended up splitting from here? This is obviously the max. We split from a node. We can't really get any of its parents or anything like that. So in this case, what is the sum of this path? Well, it's going to be 4 plus 3 plus 5, which is going to give us 12. 12 is greater than the 11 that we had previously, so this is going to be the max path sum. So you can tell that a brute force approach would be for every single node, consider it being the topmost node, and then from the left subtree basically find what's the maximum path we could create in the left subtree if we never split. So we can't include both left and right, and then do the same for the right side, right? And if we sort of do it recursively, we can eliminate repeated work. So suppose we're given that same tree. We're gonna start at the root like normal, right? So from here we want to know what's the max path sum we could do from here if we split from this position, right? Going left and right. Now, why start at the root when we could solve the subproblem first and possibly use that subproblem in the result at the root position? So we're going to leverage that idea, a depth first search idea, just like usual with tree problems. And using that, we're going to end up getting a linear time solution, and it's just going to depend on the return value of our recursive function. So we're going to start at the root. And now we're going to go left, right? We want to know what's the maximum path we can get from the left subtree if we never end up splitting. So in this case, it's pretty simple because it doesn't have a left child or a right child, right? So we don't even end up having to split, and we get a sum of 2 from this spot, right? And even if we were splitting from here, we would get a total of 2 so far. So what we'll say is, so far the max path we've gotten so far is 2, right? Now, we still want to know what's the max we can get from this position, so what we're going to do is now go to the right tree. So recursively, now we're going to ask the question down here. What's the max path sum we can get if we ran it through this position and we ended up splitting left and right? And by the way, our result so far is going to be 2. That's the maximum path so far that we've gotten. So from here, since we're trying to again find what's the max we can get splitting from here, we're gonna go recursive, and we're gonna do that for the left subtree and the right subtree. So we're getting that same base case here, right? With this left subtree, if we tried to split from here, the max path we'd get is 4 because it doesn't even have any children, right? So let's keep track of that. The max path we could get from here is 4. Now, if we didn't split here, we'd also get that same value of 4. And that's what I'm marking here. Next to each node, I'm marking what's the max we could have gotten if we did not split. I know it's a little confusing, and it'll make more sense once I actually finish the rest of this example. And so from over here.
Actually, that makes me think. Nope, still same.
Here, now we do have what's the max we'd get from the left path without splitting. It's 4, but now we just want to do that for the right side. Once again, it's that same base case, right? So what's the max we could get running through here if we never split? It would be 5. It doesn't have any children, so we couldn't split even if we wanted to. So now we're at this node once again. We have computed the left and right subproblems.
Agree.
Now, from this node, we're going to be computing 2 different values. By the way, our result right now would actually be 5 because that's what we've gotten so far. So from this position, I'm computing 2 values. I want to know what's the maximum sum we could get with a path running from here if we are allowed to split. So we are allowed to go right and we are allowed to go left. So what would the total of that be? Well, of course, we would just take, okay, what's the max we could get from the left subtree without splitting, right? Because we can't split again. If we already split up here, we don't want to split again here. So what's the max we could get from here if we never split? Well, it would be 4, right? And once again, what's the max we'd get from here if we never split? It would be 5.
Yeah.
So up here, I'm going to take 3 plus 4 plus 5 and say this is the max path running through here if we are allowed to split. Now, this isn't the value that I'm going to return to the parent. The reason I computed this value is so I can potentially update the result, right? And we are going to update the result because this is 12. So far, our result is 5. So we can say that our new result now is going to be...
Oh, shoot, that's true. That is true. Okay, so left and right, the node value is different from what? Oh, this is different. The node value itself is going to be the max of node val plus left max, node val plus right max. Oh no, it's still the same error. Okay.
12. Now, what's the value I want to return up to my parent? remember what this guy wanted to compute was what's the max it could have if it was allowed to split to the left and it was allowed to split to the right. So from here on, we don't want to split twice. So the question I have for this node when we're returning up to our parent is what's the max I could get running through here if we are not allowed to split? So how am I going to get that? Well, I can take this 3 and add it, but then I have to look at my left subtree and my right subtree and take the max of both of these, right? I have to take the max of them. I can't choose both, so I have to choose one of them. I'm going to take the maximum.
Did I do that? Oh, but it's always updating to... No, that seems alright.
Which is going to be 5. So I'm going to say 3 plus 8. That's going to be the value that we return. So notice how for each node I'm marking what's the return value from that node going to be. So it's going to be 8 in this case. So then when I return back up to the root, I'm going to say, okay, from here, what's the max path we could get? Well, I'm going to take the node itself, 1, take the left, which is 2, and take the right, which is this path, right? Notice how we don't split. It's going to be an 8, which is going to give us 11. Now, that's not bigger than our result, right?
Eric Lopez, yes, I did. I did. We're good.
So we actually don't update the result in this case. And of course, this is the root node, so it's not going to end up returning to its parent. But what if it did have a parent? What would it return? Well, we we would take 1 and then add it to the max of the left or the right. Of course, the right is an 8. This is the path, so we'd say 1 plus 8 is going to be 9. 9 is what we would return to our parent. That's the max path we can get from here without splitting. What would that path look like? Well, of course, it would just be this, right? Notice how this is a path. It never splits. So that is the main idea for this problem. There's one last quick thing I want to go over. So the return value, of course, is going to be for every node. What's the max path without splitting? And we are going to still calculate what's the max path with splitting and use that to actually update our result. We're going to keep this as a global variable because it just makes the code easier. But it is possible to solve this problem without using this global variable. And by the way, if you've been noticing, we're only going to be looking at each node once. So that's going to be a time complexity of big O of n. The memory complexity, of course, is going to be the height of the tree, which is usually log n if it's a balanced tree. But one last case, remember this tree could have negative numbers. So for example, let's say this was a -4 and this was a -5. So then from this left subtree, we would return a -4, and from this, we would return a -5. So then, you know, when we're actually computing, okay, what's the max path that could run through here? And let's say we're doing it for the one that we can't split, right, where we don't split. So we either choose the left or the right. And as I mentioned, how we're doing it is we're just taking the max of the two, right? So in this case, we would take the max of -4 and the max of -5, right? And of course, we'd say the max is -4. So then when we're up here, what we would end up computing is 3 plus -4, which is going to give us -1, right? -1. So what we would say is, okay, the max we could get here without splitting is going to be -1. But that's not actually the case, right? Because
the max is 3.
The maximum path sum from here where we're not allowed to split, it doesn't necessarily
what Leetcode questions did they ask me?
The children, right?
I'll tell you in a second.
We could actually choose to not include either of these, and that's what we would want to do because they're both negative anyway. Why would we want to include some negative numbers?
I agree.
So when we're actually taking the max of the two,
okay, I'll redraw this solution to be honest.
Values. We're going to take the max of the left, right, and potentially 0, because if we just
add
add
0 but then I should be able to solve everything else.
So those are the key ideas I wanted to go over. I think that is enough for us to...
It definitely is. Okay, I should be able to redo this, but... So what Leetcode questions did they ask? They asked one which was called... literally it was called longest substring without repeating characters. Right, that was a Leetcode question they asked. So if you search that up, longest substring without repeating characters, that was one of the 2 pointers problems that they asked me. Actually, it was a sliding window problem, right? Sliding window. And then they also asked a graph problem, which is more of a, actually it was when I say graph problem, it was more of a trie problem, TRIE, right? So it was more of a trie problem. And it it was I call it a graph problem, but it was given a list of logs, scan through this in O of n time to add it into a graph, right? So you create a graph yourself, or you create this trie, and then you have to also search through the trie or the graph. And searching through it, you have to use like binary, not binary, I mean breadth first search. And you wouldn't use depth first search because there could be cyclics, there could be cycles. And the idea was look through these logs, build this graph, but each of the logs basically had like, you know, from to, basically telling you where you go from to where you end up to. And it's like you just all look through the logs to build that graph that you have. So yeah, that was like the 2 questions that I got for my Leetcode questions. All right, now let me try and redo this problem with my newfound understanding of the problem. Okay, so we return 0. We return actually now. Okay, the method that he does is going to be interesting. So actually I want to know this method that he does.
Dive into the code to solve this.
It's an array of something.
So like I said, we're going to have a global variable for the result. And initially, we're just going to set that to the whatever value happens to be at the root. So the reason I'm making it a list is because that'll make it so that we can modify it within the recursive function.
Right. See now, I don't think that's really required, right? Root val. And you're going to return the result at some point. You're going to do the DFS function at some point on the root, and you're going to define the DFS function given a node where it is optional tree node. Okay, with a return value of an integer. Is it? Yes. And then then you would return some value at some point, but you would go through DFS of the node left, as well as DFS of node right. You would, if DFS, if node is equal to none, whoops, I just opened a new tab. None, then you want to return node. No, you don't want to return node, you want to return 0, we'll just say. So that doesn't affect anything. And on the left side, this should return a left max, right? And this should return a right max. Right, now, what does it return here? It has to return, yeah, the max of either. So return is going to be node val plus left max, node val plus right max. That's what you return. However, your result should consider the max of the result currently and node value let's see, node value of the return value or the result or node dot val plus left max plus right max. And you need to make a non-local res. And that's the return, okay. I did that. Okay, so I mean, given that I did look at the solution, the fact that I was able to solve that problem the first time round after thinking up on the solution, without any errors, by the way. Peak. Peak, that is peak. All right, that's got me excited for no reason. Definitely has me excited. Okay, I'm gonna drink some water and be right back because I'm about to piss my pants. I'm actually gonna clip that. That's also a sign of progress. Wait, how do I... Studio. Just gonna put this on a different screen. I do like that. I was able to solve that one pretty good. Let's see. Okay. Now we will Oh, hello? Hello, Prince. So how is your mental today, bro? It's okay, I think. Why do you ask? I suppose. Especially like right just before I finished this problem pretty well. Doing it my own method. And that was almost a high that came as quickly as it left. Left as quickly as it came. But yeah, it's good. Good sign of progress, which we'll make note of to possibly even like write about. Alright. YouTube video. This was for not the right idea, but the biggest difference is that the biggest, I guess, distinction that I realized was that the DFS function could return two different values. One value for the root for the parent node to use, and the other value taken into account for in the res value. Okay. What else I need to say? Okay, so now we can save this, I think. So let's copy this. We're going to open this up in the Leetcode problem. So we're going to go to this Leetcode problem. We are... Oh, so Eric Lopez. How do I add a task onto the calendar? What note-taking app is that? So on the calendar, you can't add a task at the moment. So if you're talking about the scheduler app that I'm building, yeah, you can't add anything yet. It's all static data on that website because I was mainly working with the front end. I was focused with the front end just to make it look good. But what note-taking app is this? This is called Obsidian. This is called Obsidian. Cool. Cool. Cool, cool, cool. Cool. Let's add this to Alacrity. I'm into my repository. Now, what problem is this? 124 binary tree maximum path sum. Paste, right click all, git add, git commit. Solved after watching solution. I took too much time today trying to solve the problem without the solution, so next time I will not try to spend too long on the problem. Okay, and right quit all, git push. We're done. I should drop a video on my Mac setup Honestly, I could, right? Because I did set up my Mac recently for... Ooh. Oh no, I don't think I can do that. Yeah, so I recently set up my Mac for I just factory reset it because I wanted to start afresh, and starting afresh gave me an idea on how I wanted to always set up my new Mac. So I kind of partially automated that now. So that could be a good video to talk about. Okay, now we're done here. Don't need to do any more of these questions. We will close it now. We can close this as well. We'll close that for now. We will care about my app, my X3DH implementation. Now I will need my VS Code, and this is the app. No other VS Code apps open. Yep, we're good. What company are you ultimately trying to get into? I mean, you know, it's generic to say Google. That'd be cool. But also I don't want to say like Google is my only option. But it'd be cool. I feel like it's probably the hardest one to get into at the moment, my thinking. But also, yet again, it might not be the hardest. It might not be that much harder, is what I'm saying. Okay, get bundle. This is on the server where you get a bundle from a specific client value. Now the client value is going to be important here because the client has a identity key, and it has this public key. Now this public key is what we use, is it? So it's the public key. Publishable, a public key. It is. So we got to be careful. Just be careful a little bit. So this is a public key, but we need public key, bytes raw, right? That is what we need in order to index the client, the client's table, to receive us, to give us all the values in that client data. And we're just going to server client data. We return client data is equal to this. Now, is there an issue? Why is this still underlined profusely? Okay, that's good. So a Fang, you wouldn't want to work for a mid-tier company. I don't mind at all. I think here's the thing, right? So my big plan in terms of my life is going to be get into big tech. So at least I have the credibility so that later it'll be easier for me to just, you know, pivot, jump out of big tech and go into a mid-tier level company or my own company where I can perhaps make more money. Now the thing is, money isn't the sole thing that I want here. it's also fulfillment, right? So I know for a fact that big tech probably isn't going to be fulfilling at the end of the day, right? But I will possibly stay, you know, for a time being, right? There will be a time where I will stay there for some time. I won't say exactly how much, I won't say exactly how little, but yeah, so then once I get enough experience, I have enough capital, I can start my own thing. And that's kind of like the idea of how I'm going to approach my life, I think, right? So that's kind of the idea, right? At a high level. And this is the stuff that I've talked about with my mentor for a while and just thought about, you know, throughout my life. And that's currently the trajectory. Okay, the bundle I have to return is Wiki bundle and the Breaky bundle is this: client data, identity key, signed pre-key, pre-key signature, one-time pre-keys. And this is all the public data. We'll see. Eric. Thank you, man. This is what I'm here for. Okay, Kevin. I want to ask you, what do you use monkeytype for, and what kind of playlist type template code in your monkeytype? So it's not a template, right? Well, it's not a playlist. I don't know how to make playlists in monkeytype. Quickly, I'll just tell you this. Love the monkeys, just the monkeys when you search up monkey. You know, this is the code. I'm just picking a code. So code C++, code C, code Python. I want to practice my C typing in the chance that maybe I go competitive programmer and go C++, for example. But I'm just using this with quote and medium, and that's how I just do it. Okay, that's just how I do it. And I guess the reason why I use monkeytype is because of this keyboard. I want to warm up the fingers for him and also get, yeah, more proficient in it. That's it. Okay. Go like that. What is perhaps missing here? Pre-key bundle, you're using one of the one-time pre-keys. Or if you're using, we're going to say pop. It's going to pop the bottom one. I can pop left, couldn't I? If I pop left, then do I gotta make this a queue? Alright, fine. I'll make the one-time pre-keys a queue. Is that going to be an issue though? client data. Where is client data? I gotta learn how to navigate using Vim better, to be honest. Public data. Our client data. We use a set here, but it's gonna be ADQ. Yeah, it's gonna be a DQ. And that's fine, I think, if I just name it like that, and then it means that when we go to creating a client data, which is going to be in here, that the one-time pre-keys is going to be a DQ initialization. Alright, it's the DQ of the one-time pre-keys. And we can then pop left to get one of the keys, alright, which means it's just going to get the, I guess, the most recent. Yeah, that's the positives of learning Leetcode. You can use these data structures and keep them in mind while you build, which is definitely very good. So one-time pre-keys is not going to be one-time pre-keys, but a one-time pre-key. Okay, and it's going to be a pre-key bundle. So, all right, I got to figure out how to do this searching. So search for. I'll go to definition in Vim. Jump to function definition Vim. Go to definition. GD, okay, interesting. GD. Wait, am I spelling this right? GD. Okay. GD. Ooh. That's actually cool. GD, and then you can go back with Control I. Let's see. Control I, yes. GD and Control I. Or was it Control O that I did? Control O that I just did. I did GD, Control O, I, O. Yep, okay. I'm just remembering that. Okay. Pre-key bundle. Now, GD, the pre-key bundle, we want a list of pre-keys. Actually, well, we don't want a list. We just want one key. So we can get rid of this. One public key. And now we go back. Oops. Go back. Ooh. Right, go back. Yes, go back. And let's have a think. So that's fine. Think client though. Client doesn't exist here. Does it? Okay, no definition found for client. That's, well, because it's from the server. Maybe. No. Yeah, no definition for client. I think it's fine, so I need to get rid of this and just call it some string. Okay, so it's going to be some string, and that string is going to be what you define here. So di. Okay, and that means when you run get bundle, get bundle is going to be PIW. Oh, this is P. Yeah. Public bytes raw. I think it's fine. Anything else? So that's fetch. You fetch this to get a pre-key bundle. Now the pre-key bundle, I think that's fine there. There's nothing else to be done for the pre-key bundle, is there? No, you just get one of the values, so that's fine. And then, so that's what you fetched. You got a pre-key bundle, which you will then need to print out and create an ephemeral key with the new curve. So X key pair, I just need to see this. So this is an exchange key pair, which GD is going to get initialized, right? You define the curve. Now, undo. Okay. You have the ephemeral key. Alright, let's open up Obsidian. Close this one, close this one. We can commit some of this. Let me delete this one. This one's not necessary. House robbers, find median. What's this one? Yep. Okay, the thing is, I haven't provided any, what's it called? Tags for these, so let me write some tags. So this is a dynamic programming. Does this one also? Yeah, it does. So bottom-up dynamic programming decision tree. Bottom-up dynamic programming decision tree. It's just an extension of, so that's fine. House robber. This one's done. Okay, so let me go to this. Actually, so this one is find median from data stream. Now find median from a data stream is dynamic programming, if I remember correctly. Oh no, it's not, it's heap. It's a heap problem. Yep, heap. Right? The heap problem. 2 heap. It's not 2 pointers, but it's 2 heap. 1 max heap, 1 min heap. So do I have the distinction? No. It's fine. Insertion time, query time. Yeah, I mean, this question is pretty cool, I will say, but it's a heap queue problem, as basic as it is. All right. Now we can commit, and we're done. In that one, and we go back here. Read these definitions. So, to perform an X3DH key to exchange with Bob Alice, contacts the server and fetches a pre-key bundle containing the following values: IK SKB, SIG IKB, encode SKB, SPKB. And optionally, it's one-time pre-keys. Now, what happens if you say, let's see, I'm just going to Python, if you import collections from from collections import DQ. Let's just do collections DQ. So Q is equal to collections DQ with nothing inside it. Okay, right, Q was collection DQ of an empty Q. Q dot pop left, what does this do? Index error, because you can't pop left from an empty Q. Now, that must mean that we need to do some error handling for when we do the DQ here. V D Okay. Not bad. Publishable. Client has no attribute identity key. Client data, no attribute identity key. So client identity key in get bundle key bundle client identity key for client. So it's a client. I might open this as a second tab to be honest. We have a second client. Here. Call it client. Identity key. Public key. Yada yada. Alright, self-Alice send Bob. The pre-key bundle. We have the pre-key bundle. And we have the ephemeral key. Now, if pre So assuming there is a pre-key bundle, if pre-key bundle one time pre-key is not none does not equal to none, then we need to do all the shared secret key manipulations. So that would be, publishing the key, sending the initial message, we would have to go secret key, let's see, so perform an X3DH key exchange with Bob, Alice contacts the server and fetches a pre-key bundle containing the following values. The server should provide one of Bob's one-time pre-keys and then delete it if all of Bob's one-time pre-keys on the server have been deleted. The bundle will not contain a one-time pre-key. Alice verifies that the pre-key signature and aborts the verifies the pre-key signature and aborts the protocol. If the verification fails, Alice then generates an ephemeral key pair with public key EA. Okay, so So Alice needs to verify the pre-key signature. All right, now Alice verifies that pre-key signature by yeah, I agree. Valid signature. And we raise invalid signature. Huh? Yeah, I guess it doesn't matter either. If there was an error, then you're meant to end the program anyway. So that's right. Yeah. Aaron, what is this for? This is for a project that I have at uni, but it's a research project. So I actually chose to do this, to build this. So I'm doing this with a group of people. Like pre-key bundle, signed pre-key, public key. You verify it. So signed pre-key, public key. Now this is where we did some bit of verification here. Signed pre-key, public key, verify, pre-key signature, and a message. And that's what it is in there. So the pre-key signature and the message. The message is always just the same. Okay, so message protocol or signature protocol is something you gotta perhaps call it, but that's fine for now. Now that shouldn't error, right? If everything's fine, then you don't need to abort anything. There's no abortion necessary. Okay, now create ephemeral key. And sure, you create that. And then after that, if the bundle does not contain a one-time pre-key, you calculate this. If the bundle does contain a one-time pre-key, the calculation is modified to include an additional an additional Diffie-Hellman. But for now, let's just say that if it does not contain a one-time pre-key, regardless, we're going to be doing these Diffie-Hellmans. So DH1 is equal to so DH. Now these are DH1 of the DH between IKA SPK B EKA IKB, yes. D3 EKA SKB, yep. And that would be those Diffie Hellmans, so we would need to write this one now, which is, now is exchange, I don't think exchange exists. Exchange does it, okay. Exchange does exist here. Okay, so this is Diffie-Hellman 1 of the identity key of Alice to exchange with hello. Now wouldn't it be the public keys? Dot exchange. There's no exchange for the public key. So say private key. And you need a public peer key. Public key from the peer. So it's the signed pre-key from PKB. Perhaps we'll you know, break this down a little bit. You got the pre-key bundle. You'll separate the pre-key bundle a little bit more into these primitives. We got IKA. Well, actually, let me just take all of that of what is in B. BK of B is equal to the signed pre-key public key IKB is equal to the identity key of Bob, and the one-time pre-key of B is one-time pre-key. Okay, and what's the last thing in the bundle? There was another thing in the bundle. Pre-key signature, I guess that's already taken into account. So yeah, that's already taken into account. Okay. So we exchange with now you need a X25519 public key. Okay, so this will be SPKB. DH2 self client of the ephemeral key of Alice with the private, so ephemeral private key exchange with the IKB identity key Bob, and DH3 going to be EKA with the SKB. Okay. And then you would have an SK. Right, but the final one is the consideration of one-time pre-key. So I'm just going to say OTPK P is not equal to none. You would also consider it KA DH4 is equal to EKA and OTPKB. Now you concatenate each of these keys together. Now what is the output of exchange? The output is bytes. So they're bytes that can be concatenated together, which we will have to do okay now. Secret key. So this is going to be self dot client dot shared secret key is equal to bytes of something. So it's going to be secret key, or we'll call SK, is equal to some byte array which byte SK dot extend DH1, DH2, DH3, so yeah, and then delete this, paste it. Just going to equal to this. So the shared secret key is going to be a byte. It's going to be keybase. Keybase is just a value in string format, but maybe it's just going to be byte. No, we don't use keybase. We don't use public key, private key. Do we? Oh, yeah, we do. A bit confusing, actually. A bit confusing. There's so many of the same things, but bytes of SK. Okay, and if not none, you just final one, extend, and then you would do this. Is that right? Are we clear? Now you probably want me to use is not. Yep. Yeah, OKTB is not none. Get secret. Done. Now, get secret key, maybe I'll just is none, but make this bytes. Okay, so it's going to be a shared secret key in bytes from all the concatenation. Okay. Okay. Right, these don't have public keys. Because they are the public keys themselves. Not forgetting. The message doesn't need it. Find pre-key, public key, verify. We don't need this either. Invalid signature. Not the same signature. Is it now? So it's actually not passing the verify step with a given message. Because the message should be the identity key of the pre-key bundle, and we're signing it. We're using the pre-key bundle signed pre-key, which is the public key, to verify that this pre-key signature is the same as, wait, let's see. Signed pre-key signature and message. Okay. Tough. All right, I'm gonna sit down. Getting a drink of water also. Damn, bro. Signature is invalid, which is yikes. Why? We don't have an issue when we are here. It's verified here. Except, question is logging, debug. It's the address and not the actual public key bytes. Still on invalid signature. Okay, but it is the same. It is the same byte sequence now. You're telling me the ephemeral key or signed pre-key is not the same? Oh, the pre-key signature. Well, even the signed pre-key is not the same. Signed pre-key. Thus. Pre-key signature is that already in bytes. Okay. That is the same. Pre-key signature is not. Okay. And the message is the same. So the pre-key signature is not the same. Why? Let's see, pre-key signature is the same. Up till a certain value, isn't it? It's not taking all of it. which is a problem. Okay, if that's a problem, how is that being propagated? So it's happening between the part where the pre-key bundle. So in fetch, when the pre-key bundle gets, when we get bundle, oh, server, I mean Siri. Get bundle. The pre-key signature. Let me print what this pre-key signature looks like. Pre-key signature. This is the thing that's messing me up, right? Yep. So this is in get bundle, pre-key signature. In this pre-key signature, so the storage of this value is incorrect. Because when you get it back out, it's incorrect. So pre-key signature in client data is in bytes. However, when I first initialize this pre-key signature, I'm cutting it off at the wrong spot. That's why. What, because it has to be at 64? Okay, I think I'm cutting it off at the wrong spot with my deserialization and serialization. Man, this should be happening. Alright, it's 64 to 128. You know, this is another issue. So 64 to 128, because you have a length of 64 for the pre-key signature. And then you go from 128 onwards for a length of 32, right, for 10. And now you do it for the len of data. Okay, fair enough. It's kind of smart, to be honest. Okay, but that's 128, I think. Okay, so that verified, then that passed the error that we had before. So we are now in a spot where the signature is verified. Okay, signature verified. I'll just keep it debug for now. And this is where the problem occurs. So ed2551 on public key object cannot be converted to x2551 on public key. Now this is occurring at the SKB, which is just this first one. Now this whole is an X key pair exchange with an ED225. Yeah. Now, this means that this SKB was from the pre-key bundle, and the pre-key bundle comes from the server, where that pre-key bundle is defined here. The pre-key bundle is further defined at the bundle base with ED225519. And then where do you create the pre-key bundle? So, hey, what VS Code theme is that? I love the ground, by the way. I'm in a still position. Thanks, man. The VS Code theme is called Cat Poochin. Cat Poochin, possibly with a double T. Cat double P. Never mind. Cat. Single P. So it's this one. Cat Poochin for VS Code. Okay. Identity key, sign pre-key. You're telling me that these have to be X25519 public keys. I think the difference I gotta understand between ED and X. Oh, good, Dusty. So while they must be kept secret, just like the keys, symmetric cryptography. Symmetric cryptography has two primary use cases: authentication and confidentiality. Using asymmetric cryptography, messages can be signed with a private key. And then anyone with the public key is able to verify that the message was created by someone possessing the corresponding private key. Proof of identity, blah blah blah. Encryption with asymmetric, slightly different way. For someone with a public key is able to encrypt the message, providing confidentiality and use. Then only the person in possession with the public key is able to decrypt. Signing and exchange. Let me just expand this a little more. So signing and exchange. Fair enough. Public key types. Okay, cert stuff I don't think I need to worry about, but definitely signing and key exchange. Is an elliptic curve signing algorithm. If you do not have legacy interoperability concerns, then you should strongly consider using this signature algorithm. Whatever that means. So this signature you can't use. In an exchange, because in this case we use a ED25519 for the signed free key. Identity key on the bundle base. Identity on the client. X key pair. ED key pair, so it starts with an X key pair. They all should ideally be X key pairs. Identity key and identity key is an X key pair. I guess it's interchangeable to what it is. I think it's interchangeable. I see. We need to not keep it as any specific public key. All right, so for now, let's do a workaround because it will end up changing a lot if I just change it now. But if I keep, say, this step is where we need the SKB. We used SKB a couple times, but this is have to be X public key of from public bytes key bundle and public bytes raw. Now we got the shared secret key, but maybe I'm fine. All right, now that we have a secret key, we need to do it again for the other side. And there might be some duplicate code, but we fetched. Now how does the sending work on that end, on the opponent end, on the opposing end? So Alice has created the secret key. Following diagram shows that the Diffie-Hellman calculations between keys note that provide mutual authentication while provide forward secrecy. And after calculating SK, Alice deletes her ephemeral private key and the Diffie-Hellman outputs. Oh, key derivation function. We need to put it through KDF. We need, what is a KDF? So, cryptography, KDF. Key derivation functions, here we go. Alright, so we're going to put it through a key derivation function. So key derivation functions derive bytes suitable for cryptographic operations for passwords or other data sources. Suitable for different such tasks. Cryptographic key derivation through algorithms such as this process typically known as key stretching, password storage. So variable cost algorithms. Script, fixed cost algorithms. Interesting. Fixed versus variable cost is going to be interesting to have a distinction on. Need to find good key derivation functions. So the definition of a KDF here represents a 32-byte output from HKDF algorithm. All right, so we need it for HKDF. Script, fixed bytes. So HKDF, here we go. Okay, I'm going to use HKDF here. I see. So this is a good tool. We can verify it, but is it really necessary to verify? We won't verify. I think we will definitely just use the derive method there. So the input is in bytes. So for sure, the output would be, what's the output? I think we just got to see what it is from HKDF. HKDF. Dusty, so just another question. I have to do coding assessments online. I feel like I'm ready, but when I do them, my mind goes blank. How much Leetcode should I do, or have you got any tips? I would say Leetcode isn't even a factor here. Now, if we're talking about coding assessments, you know, I'm assuming it's something like what I'm doing right now. You know, it's like an assignment that you're given, build the code for it. It's a really good question. What I would say is you have to prioritize early errors. You have to prioritize seeing errors on your screen when you run an app, because you're always going to be running something, right, at the end of the day. But anything that you're running, always just try to make it runnable after every instance of change you make to any code, all right? The reason being, okay, is you don't want to end up, when you have this type of mindset about just making something that runs, the steps become clear, right? Okay, how can I make it run, right? Okay, I need to print this statement. Okay, how do I print the statement? You kind of almost work backwards to the output that you eventually want to get, right? And by working backwards, you build out this mind tree of ways that you go down, right? And this is only possible by thinking about it in terms of, let me write the bare minimum, right? Maybe just like the if name equals main function. If I write the main function out in the Python file, what do I want to return? It's a print statement of something. Okay, how do I get that print statement? Yada, yada, yada. Yeah, it's looking backwards. Okay, so you have to take this step by step. And I would say Leetcode doesn't help you with this. All right, so this is a general advice. All right, I don't know the exact question you're talking about, but hopefully that kind of ties in. Does the salt have to be the same? It has to be the same. So does the info. The info has to be the same. Salt is none, but the info is in bytes. The algorithm is, this is the current client. The algorithm is whatever client hash is. Client hash should use this side more. So the hash type. Now we probably don't need to use the hash type if we just use hashes. Okay, so that means we use it from hazmat. So instead of having a hash type and defining our own here, we're going to use the one defined in cryptography. Where's the hash type? Hash is going to equal to hashes. Now hashes come from cryptography, hazmat, primitives, import hashes. So a hash type here is, so it has to be hashes. Hashes, SHA-256. Now is it SHA-256 without brackets or with brackets? I believe it is with brackets. Yes, it is. So I think that was my issue when I was first doing an assessment for Capital One. The more errors I get, the less motivated and the more stress. I see. So the more errors you get more demotivated. I mean, yeah. Look, it does happen, right? I guess it's then about a management of how you go about errors, right? Because, look, one of my hardest assignments that I did was a C problem. Like you worked in C the whole time. But for the longest time in that assignment, we're talking like 90% of the time in that assignment, we're talking 80 hours total for that assignment. For 66 of those hours, I was erroring and I was not getting the final answer. All right, and this is written all in C. And it felt like I wasn't getting any results, right? But the thing is, when that happens, you really have to just trust yourself to be able to do it, because that's the risk of it. You don't know until it succeeds, but you have a general idea that you're going down the right path, right? Every error that you come through, that you come across, is something that you can think of as, well, it's a new error, right? It's a new error that's different from before. The worst thing is if you had the same error forever, right? For a long time. If you run into the same error for a long time, then you are really not progressing, because you don't know where that error is coming from for some reason, right? And you think you're stupid. But if you're finding different errors all the time, then you know you're doing something different. You're slowly getting there. Oh, hold on. Also, we got the vacuum going again. Give me a second. So it wasn't a person, it was just a code signal that provided 4 problems, but you had to record your screen and show your cam. But yeah, your advice does help. Thanks again. I see. Okay, well, code signal. Oh, shit, man. Okay. What am I thinking, man? Okay, I get what you mean now by coding assessments. Like, they're not assignments. They're not like huge projects, right? Okay, let me reframe from what you were talking about then, because if you're talking about then that is like Leetcode problems, then okay, give me a second. I see. What am I thinking? Capital One. Okay, here's the thing, right? I thought you worked at Capital One. I thought you were doing an actual like project at Capital One for a second. Okay, but you're talking about just say the open assessment, right? The online assessment. Yeah. No, that's fine. That's fine. Okay, so say you're given 4 problems and they're similar to Leetcode problems, right? Let's just have that assumption, right? How would you go about that problem? I said this before in a text to someone else. But okay, the main problem is for you is that your mind goes blank, right? The problem is that your mind goes blank. All right, yeah, so it's similar to Leetcode problems. Okay, so if your mind goes blank on these Leetcode problems, it could be a sign that you don't know enough about the different data structures yet, all right? And that's completely fine. Okay, and it really is just about practicing more and more to identify these problems. Now, you don't have to practice like 50 of the same type of problem to understand it, right? You can do 1 or 2 and learn them well, so that literally just by the end of the second one, you would have known to identify that problem. Now, you know, how do you identify this problem if I guess, yeah, you just don't know what to do? It really is, you just have to do some Leetcode, right? And I would say the best resource is, again, Leetcode 150. But really it could be like Leetcode 75, because if you just do any one of these 2 problems from each one of these sections, and do them, like if you actually learn them well, learn them better than I am learning them right now, to the point where you can recognize that problem as being an array problem, 2-pointer problem, then, you know, yeah, that should be it. But in terms of then actually, like, say, solving the problems, you know, you still always just, I guess that other point on think back on what you actually want to get as the output, and then work back from there, right? You don't want to write your code line by line, because that's like a robot. A robot thinks in terms of lines by line, but you think in terms of sub-problems on sub-problems. Okay, so even in the example of the tree problem that I just did today, okay, the result is you need to find a maximum of whatever it is, right? So say you don't know what I did this morning, this problem. If you don't know the maximum, you can't get a solution. So you need to initialize some sort of result being the maximum here, before you start, right? And you know then, okay, the next step is let me build out this DFS. So you start by writing this part and then the return statement, and don't even write any of this part yet, right? Because you're not a robot. You don't read line by line. You don't write line by line. You write in terms of sub-problems, okay? And you would write, okay, this line, because at the end of the day, you want DFS to return something, right? That's how you link it backwards, but also in terms of sub-problems on sub-problems. I'm hoping that makes some sort of sense. Yeah, Dusty, like honestly, if you just prepare 2-3 months in advance, you're set. Like I've told this to a lot of my peers, just like when they felt like they didn't do well in the open assessment, or they want to start to do big tech stuff as well. I told them, like, you know, if you don't get into big tech this year, it's not like you can't next year, because once you look at it from the point of view of, okay, I didn't get it this year, but now I have a full 8 months to prepare for next year. It changes the way you think about the issue, because then by the 8 months that you've done preparation, you're pretty much like the 95%, you're like the 5% of people, you're like the top 5% of people in the whole interviewing pool, because you spent 8 months, as opposed to, oh, my 3 weeks of preparation. Just saying. Right, so maybe you can think of this as a long-term goal as well. Now, that's how I like to approach my life. I like to think about things in the long term, usually. And so that came naturally for me to think about in that sort of way, where it's not just a 3-week intense preparation, but almost like a lifelong preparation. I mean, partially that's why I'm still doing Leetcode problems right now, despite having an internship. Because I want to be able to still have the skills sharp for the opportunities that could arise ahead. And definitely because also for the grad position, for a grad role eventually. Now for a grad role, the preparation that you need is also, if I start a year in advance, well, I'll be set. The chances of me getting in for next year are going to be high. But yeah, that's my spiel. But yeah, that's it, Dusty. That's sub problems and lifelong prep. But here's the thing, right? When I say lifelong prep, it doesn't have to be like full on the rest of your life, right? But yeah, it is long run, looking at things in the long run. So, cool. And yeah, that's a lot of speaking. Let me grab some water. Be right back in a minute. Gosh. Hey man, don't feel bad about it. I like to speak about things like this. This stuff is both important and something I have a strong opinion on, so to speak. Plus I need a stand now. You should carry on streaming. You're streaming yourself studying? Yeah. I mean, exactly. It does give a purpose. And the other thing I think about is, everything that has happened in the past has already happened, and there is a pile of the past that you can still see, right? You can still see the past because you can remember things. But because you can still see your past, you see that pile of experiences, of laziness, of everything that has occurred. And because you can see it, because you can see your past, you want to make sure that what you do now makes your past look good. right? That's part of like what I've been thinking, you know. And how do you make your past look good? You look into the future. That's my wisdom. That's my word of wisdom. The hash is that. Then we can derive now. This is good therapy for everyone listening. Thanks again, it means a lot. All good, Dusty. I hope that was helpful. Okay. So we must derive from what? The secret key, or the bytes of the secret key, to get to add to shared secret key, and this can just get deleted. All right, so now that should work. All right, that's what we needed, and I think that should work. And then we can print the shared secret key, which should be a smaller length than what was shown here. No module named has met. Well, obviously. Has met. Okay, now, whoops, terminal. Shared secret key is much less now. That's good. Okay. That's awesome. Now that's that part done. That's the KDF done. With that said, that is receive completed. That is, fetch implemented. So implement fetch. Okay. Yeah, so Alan, where do I put my keyboard cam? Is it not right in front of your face? Yeah, so that's right. It's not right in front of my face. It's not even above me. Okay, it's one camera. That camera is my phone. Now this is the iPhone. This iPhone can have a 2-camera view. So it's got a camera facing me, and it's got a camera, I guess, a wide view camera facing down, which, is facing down from post-processing. So it looks rescaled to look like it's looking at my table. What do you mean, since when? What, since when that was a functionality, perhaps? Hold on, I'm getting a call. Okay, I gotta pick up something for my mom downstairs. I think you might be able to. I'll let you guys listen in, to be honest, because why not? I gotta go to the toilet. Oh, you just split the camera view. It's not actually two different views. Nah, it is two different views, but it's on one camera. Yeah, it is. It is two separate video outputs from the same camera. It's I guess that's the power of Mac and iPhone combo. So, all right, be right back. Okay. Wait. Oh no. Wait, no, yeah, no, we're fine. We're fine. I thought the camera was frozen. It's okay. I will be back again. I'll be back in a bit. Oh, now I'm gonna be eating lunch because Mum got some wraps. I will come back in around 30 minutes and yeah, we'll continue with the rest of this. I want to finish this so bad, to be honest. But for now, I'll put on some lo-fi music. Touches in a bit. came back. Let me turn on the cam. Finished eating. Damn. Okay, let me, whoops, continue. All right, let's see. Alright, so the shared secret key is now a singular value, but okay, so this is the important part that I haven't fully understood yet. So Alice then calculates an associated data byte. That contains identity information for both parties. Encode IKA, encode IKB. Associated byte. Alice may optionally append additional information to AD, such as Alice and Bob's usernames or certificates or other identifying information, for sure, but at the baseline maybe we can just use the AD, associated data. Now then, you know, Alice is to send to Bob something, right? So def send self server client. Now client is now that's the thing, this client, right? You only ever use client here, right? Change this to client 3. This client is only ever used once, which is perfect, because we can then just abstract this out to be a string, or actually a byte. Because get bundle itself is just taking a string value. Now we're gonna say it's a bytes value. bytes. Now client here is going to be self-bob. Oh. We want to send, okay. So this is kind of still sending the initial message, publishing, receiving the initial message, okay. Receive and send, I suppose you don't need a send, you can just consider it as a step 2. Yeah. If that's the case, then maybe we don't need a send, but instead just call this what's an adequate name? Send initial message. So Bob publish. Send initial message means this will be called send initial message, and that's fine, I think. So after getting the secret key, oh, right. Stream's still fine, right? Yeah, I think so. Oh my god. My parents want to buy me a rice cooker because I'm moving to Sydney. And they're worried about Teflon, they're worried about cancer. This is beyond me right now. I don't want to think about this. And yet they would still want to buy me one, but I don't think it's necessary because I feel like the people that I'm going to be with will have one already, and I don't want to take one to Sydney, you know? It's just like extra weight. I don't understand in that case. Alright, give me a sec. Because my mom is literally about to buy it when I told her not to. I mean, in code, I guess they're public. Code would just be encoded in bytes. So the client identity key, public bytes raw. And SKPB, no. AKB, okay. And that's it. That's AD. Identify stating which of Bob's pre-keys Alice used. Okay, so Alice may optionally append additional information to ADs such as Alice and Bob's usernames, certificates, and or identifying information. Which is fair enough, it'd be in a different, yeah, okay. Alice's identity key, IKA, which is an initial message to Bob. Okay, so this is where Alice sends a message to the server. Okay. How long is the research project meant to take? It is... He gave us this back in week 7 or 8 of this subject. So we've had pretty much a month to do this. Both the research, the presentation, this report that we have to write, and this coding section. Now, question is, how do I want to worry about sending a message from a client to a server? I'll just reorder this. Yo, this isn't meant to be empty. Client. Okay. So message. We'd need a messages. Yeah, we can serialize and deserialize a message, but I mean, is that really necessary? We can just like take the bytes again. So sends to the server. Bob, or the server pushes to Bob. That's also another aspect, which is the server and client's communication. That has to be considered. I guess the message is from one client to another. Message queue. Server message. This is a list of server messages or a DQ of server messages. Now the message is a ciphertext, which makes sense. Sender and receiver, yeah, it can just be whatever. So, okay, ciphertext. It's going to be some message, some ciphertext. It's going to equal to AEAD encryption scheme. Kevin, so do I think that it's a good idea to train muscle memory to type kind of template algorithms like binary search, DFS, and others? Oh, yep, to type on monkeytype. Well, not necessarily, I would say. I mean, that might be a good tool if you want to just remember DFS and BFS. I mean, I wouldn't to the point where you type DFS in a muscle memory way, because DFS itself as a template is not always the same, right? So I don't really consider that something as you need muscle memory for, but just muscle memory on the typing on different words is probably better in general. No need to limit yourself with DFS, BFS specific. I don't think. AEAD. Oh, authenticated encryption with associated data are encryption schemes which provides both confidentiality and integrity for their ciphertext. This also supports providing integrity for associated data which is not encrypted. The AES GCM construction is composed of the AES block cipher utilizing Galois counter mode versus Cha-Cha 20 poly 1305 construction is defined in RFC. It is a stream cipher combination with a MAC that offers strong integrity guarantees. Okay. Now, which one would you want for this? Is a good question. Okay, so if I were to have a look at Obsidian again, we're looking at cryptographic PRF. What is cryptographic PRF? I wonder if you can search for PRF here. You can. PRF, pseudo-random function, right, pseudo-random function, which is, so some cryptographic pseudo-random function keyed by the secret key. So it doesn't matter which AEAD encryption scheme we use. Identifiers starting with Bob's pre-keys. Now this is still a little bit confusing, so Alice sends Bob an initial message containing Alice's identity key, right? Alice's ephemeral key, sure. Identifiers stating which of Bob's pre-keys Alice has used, sure. An initial ciphertext encrypted with some AEAD encryption scheme. Using AD as associated data. And using an encryption key which is either SKA the initial ciphertext is typically the first message in some post X3DH communication protocol. In other words, the ciphertext typically has two roles, serving as the first message within some post X3DH protocol, and as part of Alice's X3DH initial message. After sending this, Alice may continue using SK or key derived from SK within the post X3DH protocol for communication with Bob, subject to the security considerations. Upon receiving Alice's initial message, Bob receives Alice's identity key and ephemeral key from the message, right? Bob also loads his identity private key and the private keys corresponding to the signed pre-key and one-time pre-key Alice used. Using these keys, Bob repeats the Diffie-Hellman and KDF calculations from the previous section to derive the secret key and then deletes the Diffie-Hellman values. Bob then constructs the 80-byte sequence using IKA and IKB as described in the previous section. Finally, Bob attempts to decrypt the initial ciphertext using SK and associated data byte. If the initial ciphertext fails to decrypt, then Bob aborts the protocol and deletes the secret key. If the initial, so you can get the secret key, and then if the initial ciphertext decrypts successfully and the protocol is complete for Bob, Bob deletes any one-time pre-key, private key, that was used for forward secrecy, so Bob then continues using SK or keys derived from SK within the post X3DH protocol for communication with Alice, subject to the security considerations, yada yada yada. Okay. Cool. I still get the idea, except my problem still lies within the fact that I don't quite understand how the message would look from Alice's side that she sends to Bob. Now that means Bob will have to get the identity key and ephemeral key from Alice's initial message and some identifier stating which of Bob's pre-keys were used, and then the initial ciphertext is what's confusing me. So upon receiving Alice's initial message, yeah, right. So the initial ciphertext is typically the first message in some post X3DH communication protocol. In other words, the ciphertext typically has two roles, serving as the first message within some post X3DH protocol and as part of X3DH initial message. So ephemeral key A is a public key, which Alice can give that away publicly. And so can the publicly Okay, I see. So if it's all public, it doesn't matter, right? Those don't have to be ciphered. Right. Regardless, this means that the ciphertext that we're sending over, or the message that we're sending over, contains a ciphertext. The message we're sending over contains a ciphertext. Right, so the message, an initial message containing all of these with an additional ciphertext. Right, so that's what's getting me. I'm always thinking like the ciphertext, that the message has to be inside a ciphertext, but in this case, we're just talking about a message which contains a ciphertext. Okay, now if that's the case, with that in mind, I think I have a good idea on how to further with this. Okay, so you have an associated data byte jaw. Concern is I need the IKA. Identity key, public key. So IKA is going to be, the raw bytes. Okay. EKA is going to be the raw bytes. Now, because I deleted the ephemeral key before, we need to backtrack. I might say like logging.debug, creating associated which we're just going to log Yep. And I might make this info, to be honest. So IKA, EKA. So, and also OTP KB. OTP KB is already defined, right? OTP KB. So a message is going to be a byte array. IKA, EKA, message extend IKA, EKA, as well as message extend OTPKB. OTPKB should already be a byte. Now we can read it in terms of a stream. Would we? Would we? I don't see why that's not a bad idea. Oh, yeah. It could be a bad idea. Could be a bad idea. You know these are fixed anyway. So that's fine. Okay, but that's your message. Associated data. Okay, but that's not hello world maybe. Alright, yeah, but message. That's a message we send. Now we also extend some AEAD encryption scheme using a secret key and a associated data. Now we'll just use the first one, I guess. Why not, right? I mean, best AEAD. I mean, design choices. These are all good design choices to mention. What design choice did I make before? AD is just the concatenation between public bytes of the AEAD of the identity keys between Alice and Bob, of Alice and Bob. Okay. EAD algorithm used is generate key. Wait, how do you use this? AAD. Some nonce. Using the same nonce. Well, you need a nonce with this. Do you need a nonce for everything? Yes. Yes. Because they all perform similar. I'm just gonna say cha-cha. Why not? Cha-cha. Why was the CPU high for a second? It's high every time. Maybe I need to refresh this. Oh wait, this is gonna spike up the CPU. What's using it up, man? Code helper. Okay, I mean it's just dipped straight away now. Okay. Sure. Cha D cha policy with you can just generate key. What? Some data. AAD and some nonce value. To be honest, the key here, could it not be the secret key? Like, where do we use the secret key? It has to be that, right? So if I were to check out page, yeah, so it is the secret key. You don't need to generate this, you can just use key. Okay. Is that right? Wide array. Oh man. Cha SK. And from self client shared secret key. Alright. So that's cha. Encrypt. Now we need a nonce. The data and an AD. Okay, now what data? What is data? And what do we return? So this is the ciphertext. We extend the ciphertext. And then we're good here. So what is nonce and what is data? All right. ciphertext. Some data. So some data is going to equal to hello Bob. Alright, let's say just hello Bob. And that's going to be a byte sequence. The AAD is already a byte sequence. The nonce is going to be just a number. And the ciphertext is going to be a byte sequence. So when you decrypt now, ciphertext, encrypt, how do you get the shared secret key? Yeah, that's gonna be on Bob's side. Bob will need to get these identity public keys from Alice, which is all possible because the server can send whatever you want to Bob. However, do you need it in any sort of format? Because when Alice sends, so the server sends a pre-key bundle to Alice, Alice gets that, and Bob sends a bundle of his goods to the server. The Alice now needs to send a bundle of her goods to the server, which then Bob will receive on his end as that bundle of goods. However, the way we send it is going to be interesting because that's Alice's goods that we want to send to Bob. Now we called a pre-key bundle, alright, Bob's pre-key bundle. We can call it like Alice's or is the initial message Alice's initial message, right? Is what we can call it. We can call it, instead of pre-key bundle, we call it initial message. Initial message would have serialization and deserialization as before. But what about what happened to the deserialization of the server to client? Server sends to client something. Pre-key bundle. Text could be bytes. Where's my shoe at? Okay. Okay. Message to Bob. It's always about the structure you want to have. Message to Bob could be done in the actual message itself, I guess. Technically, this is considered an initial message. So we'll have a message queue with the ciphertext, but the initial message is stored in initial messages. So you have a message queue that you never use, but you have initial message. Initial messages. Which is who to send the message to. Right, because who to send the message to Bob will fetch from the server any recent messages. So it's going to be a dictionary of bytes to bytes. Bytes to bytes. Alright. So it's definitely something. This is unnecessary for the moment. So is all of this. You got initial messages where Bob or whoever can query from to get their initial messages. And all Alice needs to do is tell the server, publish to the server the messages, send to the server the messages. Okay, so some of these names can be a little bit confusing. Jonathan Tucker, how beneficial is the split keyboard bin for Vim? I'm using Vim for school right now and I've been thinking of buying a split. Fair enough. I find it pretty useful because of the key bindings that you can do with these, right? So it's a bit of learning, obviously. You learn a lot in terms of muscle memory, right? But once you get it down, because I'm using Vim to an extent, right? There's still a lot to learn for me for Vim, but once I've remapped a few keys, you see what I'm doing here is I'm hitting one button and then just using almost like a physical mnemonic to know how to go to the start and end of a line. So the start would be this button that I'm hitting and the end would be this button that I'm hitting. But it's good for remapped keys for sure. It's also good for just, I guess, you know, having your arms not on the keyboard the whole time when you're trying to use Vim, right? So then you wouldn't have to crane your fingers like this. Sorry, crane your wrists. But I don't know, it's also a bit of an investment, so unless you want to build your own. I mean, it's still going to be time investment if you build your own also, so up to you what you think. But I think of this as a long-term benefit as well, right? So in the long term, if I'm using a keyboard like this, and I'm engineering as a software engineer, you know, I feel like this would be more healthy. Now talking about health, I better stand. Just gonna use message bytes. Yeah, I think that'll be fine. Now, is that the message complete? Created message. I might have to take a shower in a minute. But okay, send an initial message. Bob receives and processes Alice's initial message. Receive. Either public key or none. It's fine. Okay. Give me a second, I gotta try. And see why we're having such lag. I have to close the music. We're gonna close. Wow. Lag is unreal. Need a new laptop, boys. Literally frozen. Oh, time to just quit. Does that fix it? Yeah, we can delete, we can close some other apps as well. On the side. Reopen Firefox. Okay. It's faster now. I'm thinking having a shower, but we did up to that message, but we have to send that message. Sending that message will require anything you do to the server, you do from sending to the server's side. It's like you're almost interacting with the server, but you want to hand it to the server. The server's always online. The server you send to a server means the server receives. If the server receives something like an initial message, yeah, should I just abstract this a little bit? Yeah, just do this. And the client though has to be the bytes of the client, yep. And the message. All right, sure. And then finally, Bob receives. Now receiving is a job of receive initial message. Okay. Now receiving initial message. Yo, I would have finished really just writing it out. See how that goes. Yep. Message S. Received message. Get the public keys from the message. OTPKB. Form Diffie-Hellman key exchanges for EKA. Okay, so now that's not right per se because it's not the identity key every time, it's the EKA with the identity key, that's fine. Sign pre-key. Exchanges with IKA and sign pre-key, private key, exchange EKA. And then one-time pre-key, if not none. Ooh, what if it is none? Yikes, that's going to be an issue. How do you know if it's none or not? Gotta be very careful with this. Okay, well the message length you will always know. $122. 122. 122 because it's 32 plus 32 plus 32 122 minus what? No, this is wrong, right? How could it be 154? How could it be 154 before, even with addition? What? What just happened here? Yo, am I tripping? Look at this. What? How is this possible? This isn't correct. How could it get that 90? Oh my god, I'm actually cooked. This is actually cooked. No, I'm actually cooked for a moment. Yes, you're right. Bod math. No, you're right. I'm actually cooked. Yeah, I know. Oh man, I'm actually cooked for not identifying that. Oh my god. Okay, 122 in total anyway. A total of 26. A total of 26 relates to what? Okay, remember the nonce is also something to consider. Yeah, we're writing this the proper way, man. Using this. Secret key derives secret key, logging secret key. Let me just remove this. Okay. I'm gonna have a shower, freshen up the mind, say be back in about 15 minutes, we'll say 2:30, and then continue back here. All right. geez, it's really 2 p.m. over there. Yeah. You know, people from all over the world. Let's see. How do I show myself at the bottom of the full screen? Right. Okay, so Carlos. Thing is, there's this because I'm using a Mac and an iPhone together. The iPhone has this built-in screen remover in the back. Well, it changes the screen to whatever background you want, and so I made it green in the background, but basically then I did post-processing on that output. So if I go to the iPhone camera settings, if I turned off the property, if I turned off the filter, okay, so if I turn off the chroma key filter, you see this is the green screen that I have on me. But there's a chroma key filter which is in OBS, and that's what's used to get rid of the green, okay? The camera itself is what's removing the background, or the camera software itself. Now link to your keyboard, it's just in the description. And Kevin, I have already done my Leetcode today. Just a little bit. All good, Carlos. Oh, when did I start preparing for interviews? Okay. I started preparing, honestly, it would have been a while now, but this was on and off. So I did on and off preparing. Let me just show you my Leetcode. I think that's the best place to go. So this is preparing for interviews, right? Is when I started using Leetcode as well. So if I go to my progress, maybe. Is that even the right thing? I just need to go to my profile. So, if you look at this. Okay. This is basically starting from, I guess, literally from March 10th. Okay. March 10th to about October 10th. All right, March 10th to October 10th. Which is like 7 to 8 months. Only 72 Leetcode questions, yeah, pretty much. But you see, like, I did these Leetcode questions for an interview that I was going to have. This was probably just I don't know, random. I think I was just starting to code every day. And then this was probably exam season probably. And then this was definitely when I was streaming. And this was also just studying nothing and then streaming again more. And you passed the interview? Yeah, I did. And so is this topic-based problem or random? This is a topic-based. So I did in the, I just followed Leetcode. All right, just followed Leetcode 150. Just did it by topic on these topics. And that's it. Nah, man, I don't have a big brain. I don't think personally. I just spend. You could just say I spend. I've had more experience, I guess. I mean, if you think about it, if I was really big brain, I would have landed my interview. I don't know, first month into my preparation. But no, it took 8 months. But I'm not saying that's a bad thing, but it shows it can give you an idea. Okay. 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 Close these. So, geez, if I'm not wrong, you got graph type question and you answer with only practice 3 question. Yeah, so anyway, what kind of project interviewer are they accept project and how, are they accept project with multiple user like that? What is your best project? I kind of understand what you're saying. So yeah, I did. Oh, expect. Right, expect. Right, let me try and give you an idea also. So the graph problems though, yeah, I kind of did with 3 questions, but I did also have practice, in my other subjects that I've done in the past, but also from, I guess, previous experience, but also previous Leetcode questions. Some Leetcode questions like the binary search stuff or breadth first search stuff, those come before the graph anyway, and those were just a natural follow-up to the graph problem. So graph problems aren't as hard as it seems, right? It's not a new concept. If you know, say, breadth first search, nodes, all that stuff. But right, anyway, what kind of project interviewer expect? Are they expecting projects with multiple users? And what's your best project? So it doesn't matter what project it is, as long as you think it's useful. The thing is, you want to well, it doesn't matter what project it is, really. Like, it doesn't have to be useful either. Ideally it should be, because it'll be something that shows your interest in the project. It doesn't have to be a project that you do with team members. It could be your own project, but maybe a group, a team project might be cool to put on the resume. I mean, it's all variable. There's no one way to go about it. Yeah, so, okay, Carlos. How do you memorize the Python syntax? I'm still a beginner level and I can compare it to learning to speak a new language. Also, what can data analysis do to stand out from AI generated code? Or what can data analysts do to stand out from AI generated code? Okay, so yeah, so I mean, you don't really need to memorize the Python syntax. This just comes from like doing more and more of the Python, because I've been using Python now for just about 4 years now, literally since I started coding. And you know, I did use Python in my day job a lot as well, so it's no wonder that I'm used to it. But yeah, so what can data analysts do to stand out from AI generated code? Well, you see, I guess the data analysts, with data, I'm not a data analyst, right? I don't think I would know a lot about how you can stand out from AI generated code, but if, say, you're a data analyst and you're using Python, for example, right? And really, the AI generated code is probably going to be much more stupider than what a data analyst can come up with. Now, if that's the case, then I don't think you really have a problem. And if anything, the AI generated code could only help you, I guess, be more efficient as a data analyst. For me, at least, as a programmer, sometimes the AI generated code hallucinates, and in this particular project that I'm building, which is a protocol and quite niche, the AI actually does generate quite a lot of gibberish. So now it's a matter of, you know, for me at least, fixing the gibberish that this AI is outputting. And maybe that's what you do as well, for if you're a data analyst. I guess, you know, you'll just have the more critical thinking ability than an AI pattern matching code, right? That's my thoughts anyway. Like, I just think right now at this stage, AI isn't going to be, I guess data analysts aren't going to be replaceable by AI at this point. If you're a good data analyst, I mean, it's really like, if you're good at any of your jobs, then I don't think you should fear about AI generated code. But if you are fearing, well, maybe it's time to consider getting better at your job. I mean, that's I don't mean it so rude, but I'm also thinking, like, for me personally, that's what kind of happened to me and what motivated me to code better, because I realized, like, I was depending too much on Copilot, for example, or like AI generated code, and then I'd be like like I would actually wait for prompts to finish before completing it just to consider if that was good. But it got to a point where it was so bad that it was just like, I'm gonna stop looking at it and just do code myself. That's probably going to be 10x better at the end of the day. Maybe not 10x, maybe at least 2x. Yeah. Anyway. So which one do you think would better increase problem solving? Leetcode, math, or physics? 3 of them are all very different in their own ways. Because I've done quite a few physics subjects, I've done quite a few math subjects in Leetcode. Leetcode by far is the easiest out of the 3, at least for me. So problem solving with Leetcode for me feels easy. But math, I feel like I lack the understanding of the context. And physics, I feel like I lack the ability to embrace unpure math, or math that just doesn't look fun to work with. So that's why I dropped physics before I dropped maths. And then eventually I dropped maths, by the way, just saying, to go to computer science. All good, Carlos. Hopefully, yeah, hopefully I provided some sort of insight. Hello the gamer, although you were here before. And yeah, Kevin, basically I switched my degree. So I switched midway through my undergrad. Yes. I switched midway through my undergrad to like second semester. I switched to comp sci. So that's it. Now, if this is none, then we're gonna have an issue. Okay? And if it is none, well. So if it's not none, if it is none, I'm just gonna try something here. If it is none, we should expect an output of 90. Sure, okay. And if it's not none, we expect 122 minus 96 is 26. Now 96 minus 26. Plus 26 minus 32 is 90. There we go. Okay, making sense. Full stack developer? Oh, nice. So what's your domain on CS? Full stack web, apps, DevOps, ML, or what, sir? It's a bit of everything, but I'm trying to be a software engineer. So whatever that entails, you know, it's not necessarily one specific place. you could say. I mean, software engineer might not be in the DevOps, but it might not be in the ML, but I've definitely played with DevOps and ML. And yeah, I played with full stack, right? With the web app that I'm building. Yeah, I mean, I haven't played around with mobile apps yet, but that's probably a next step. I've covered quite a lot of the domain, you know, in terms of the technologies out there. How long have you been studying? I've been studying for 4 years now, doing 1 more year. And that'll be 5 years of computer science and AI. Yeah, okay. Well, Kevin, there is something you could do, and I have a very good idea. But okay, faint, I will say, do you like programming? Yes, I mean, look at me. I mean, I'm coding. You could, yeah, I do like it. I do like it. I do like it quite a bit. Even with the people, because I like to work in teams as well. I am also 21, by the way, the gamer. But Kevin, wait. Yeah. I've been coding for 4 years almost. So Kevin, here's the thing, right? You're using Leetcode to use Python, doing full stack dev using React. Do you have any good Python project? Maybe. So I'm not using Python for Leetcode only. Well, that is possibly. This is possibly of interest to you. And this is this scheduler app that I'm building personally. Right. I've showed it a couple times already, but I'll show it again, you know. The idea is to automatically schedule tasks and see it in calendar view. You got TypeScript, you got Python in here. TypeScript being in React, okay. So since it's all here, you got Python. You might like to play around with Python in this as a full stack app. So if you do, you can consider contributing, because we still have some issues that are perhaps good first issues. If you want to take a look at them at any time, for sure you can, Kevin. And that would be a good way you can help the project, and you can put it on your resume as well. You know, something like you helped maintain the code at, I don't know, this scheduler app. It's got 17 stars. I mean, 17 stars is still better than 0. And I'm only saying that because that's what I kind of put on my resume as well. And yeah. And you can say, you know, you're a contributor of this. That's basically what you can also put as something on your resume later. Yeah, all good. So which framework do you prefer? Django, Prisma, Spring Boot, or something else? Right now it's Fast API. So how you show us how it works when you execute it. Are you talking about this Python? Because we're talking about the scheduler app, because that is a full-on app. And if we're talking about an app, we just go to the website. So scheduler or staging.scheduler. So this is the actual website that runs this app. The problem right now is with it that all of this is static data. So when you tick these off, nothing really happens. When you refresh it, it gets cleared again. So it's all static data. And if you go back to calendar, yeah, all of this is static data, but you can change the dates kind of with these still on kind of static as well. So this is still a work in progress, and this is definitely something I'll be doing more when I get the time to. But obviously right now things are busy, and yeah, I haven't had much time to do this because of assignments and study. So I really want to get back to this, really, because I want to end up using this for myself as well. So yeah. The Gamer, if you want me to review your portfolio, probably join the Discord and we can probably chat there further. Like, you can send it in the Discord channel, and maybe whoever's there can also have a look and give you advice as well. But yeah, I think that's the best place to do it for now, because yeah, you know, I'll definitely review it, you know, because it's going to be interesting regardless. Just to see some of my viewers' CVs. Okay. Message length 122 and it could be 90, right? So that's the difference. 122 or it could be 90. So we will have to do that here. Maybe. Value error invalid message length. It's like Windows 11 clone. For sure. You gotta show. So now Bob's username, certificates or other identifying information. This is so close to finishing, man. Like, we are pretty darn close. It's been a long set of programming, like a couple of days now for this. So Bob retrieves Alice's identity key, ephemeral key. Bob also loads his identity private key. And the private keys corresponding to whichever signed pre-key and one-time pre-key, if any, was used. Oh. How do you match that? If you're deleting it from because it's almost like a hash, right? One-time pre-keys. Done it as a list. I guess you could key by the public key. However, do you want that? Do you really want that? If you really want that, you got to change a little bit of code when you set up one-time pre-keys. Okay, so you set up one-time pre-key. Currently it's an empty list. Well, let's change that to a dict of bytes to key pair, X key pair. One-time pre-key. Non-one-time pre-keys is 10, that's fine. One-time pre-keys is going to be a dictionary. And keys.append. Hello Pranav. Ever tried Golang plus? No, I have not. That is beyond me. So I have not played around with that. So keys, I'm gonna just generate the X key pair here. The key pair. And then we're gonna say keys of public key raw bytes is equal to the key pair. Yep, that is good. That is good. And any other considerations? Nope. Instead of list of one-time pre-keys, we want a dict of bytes to public key or X public key. And the X public key doesn't matter, doesn't matter. For key and one-time pre-keys, key.public key. Okay, so here's a problem. It's one-time pre-keys, key. And one-time pre-keys. Now plus equals shouldn't be plus equals. But how do you concatenate two hash tables, dictionaries in Python? Update. Okay, so update is probably it. If it's update, dictionary 1, dictionary 2, dictionary 2. And that's good, I think. Right, but furthermore, the len of one-time pre-keys, it'll just be the number of dictionary keys there are. And serialized is going to be serialized publish. So let's have a look at serialized publish. Yep, that's right. Okay. Spread operator for JS is too good for merging. Right, that's true. Except I'm not using JS, so rip. So bro, Leetcode 150 enough for interviews? Yes, and I would say 100% yes. I would say 100% yes. Like there is no other you don't need anything else. The Tower of Hanoi in assembly, what? Bruh. Sure. Crazy stuff, good work. And you consider that your homework, I mean. You only done Leetcode 150? I've only done 70 questions of the Leetcode 150. So, and I feel like it's already like very useful for me. It was risk V. I am unsure what that means. I have zero idea. Okay, so what are we thinking? Is there anything else that we need to change before we continue on with this? Aditya, hello. Hello. Right, so from the one-time pre-key, OTBKB is going to equal to the OTPKB of something. Now, it's going to be of the self client one-time pre-keys OTPKB. So that's going to be the actual value. Right. So that would be fine, I think. Okay. So you got all you need. Oh, thank you, Code Pro. Yeah, of course it is. Of course it's okay. I appreciate the congrats. I appreciate it. It's an assembly architecture for CPUs. Yeah. I mean, the fact you're coding in assembly is kind of crazy to me. To be honest, like, I was good enough with C. I'm not going any deeper than that. But yeah, good on you, man. It's actually like a level of dedication. It's like a deeper level of dedication. Okay, so at this point we have all the things that we need. Now, if you have a fourth Diffie-Hellman, so if okay, so it'll have to go here, and if OTPKB is not none, then you do this, where you do the signed pre-key. So again, it's the signed pre-key, sorry, it's the ephemeral key. So this is the Right, one-time pre-key. Private key. Private key. Exchange with EKA. Okay, EKA is used in 3. Signed pre-key is used in 2. Identity key is used in 1. And the one-time pre-key is used in 1. So that's just not here, but this is just this. And that fourth Diffie-Hellman. Okay, we can add this all here. Copy and paste. And we extend one more, SK DH4. Cool. That's the key exchange. That's the secret key now, hopefully identified. Done, I think. Salt, length of 32 is the same length? Yes, it is. And the secret key we can derive from the bytes of the secret key. And then that would be our shared secret key. Now the idea is this shared secret key should be the same on both clients now. And now this next part is interesting. Are you using a browser extension on VS Code? I don't think so. I don't know what type of browser extension you're talking about. Like, is it from VS Code extensions directly, or is it called, or is it from like Chrome extension, or yeah, I'm not sure what extensions you mean. So ideally the secret key now should be the same. We've got an unhashable type public key. Unhashable type public key makes sense because this was already turned to a public key, when instead we just need this. Perhaps we can just do that. Oh, you thought the page on the right was a browser? Nah. It's Obsidian. Okay, so this does not have... Yeah, so this does not have an exchange attribute. Sup, search? I'm good. How are you going? Okay, so we need to change this away from ED25519 in this IKA step, the signed pre-key step. Signed pre-key has to be turned into something else beforehand. Now, do we want to change it there? Maybe not. Signed pre-key dot public key. Oh, public key. I change the private key to so private bytes raw, and this private bytes raw is going to be passed through to the X25519 key pair. Oh, what's it? Key private key dot from private bytes. Okay. Now this is hard coded, but we need to change this dynamically at some point. Yeah, taking a break from studying. Is that Ergo keyboard? How do you like it? This is the Glove 80 keyboard, and I like it quite a bit. I use it for Leetcode mainly when I'm typing my Leetcode, which is pretty good, pretty fun to use, I would say. Definitely makes Leetcode less boring. So yeah. And yeah, I mean, I'm trying to make my own signal. Fuck Telegram. Actually, I don't mind Telegram. Let's just hardcode this specific, should we? No, let's not hardcode that. So if, because this is a, we can define what scheme we want, right? Yeah, what curve we want. We already defined what curve, so self curve, right? Curve, no, client curve is 25519. Then we want 25519. Else we want, yeah, the other one. But not good that we have repeat code a little bit, but I think I'm fine with that. I'm fine with a little bit of repeat code. And this would mean we have the signed pre-key. We're going to get SPK is equal to this. Okay, I'll call this B, SPKB. Signed pre-key, right? SPK, SPKB, SPKB, and SPKB. All right. I think that's fine, as is. Pedro Morongo, how far into Python will you recommend a beginner to jump into Leetcode, and what other knowledge besides Python should a person focus on to get good? Learn data structs. Yes. So if your focus is to jump into Leetcode and get good at Leetcode, I would say, yeah, you kind of got to do, okay, here's the thing, here's what I would recommend. It's to do the Leetcode questions, but if you're worried about certain, if you're unsure of certain data structures, wait, I mean, okay, so if you haven't used Python at all, right, and you're a beginner in Python, learn a little bit about Python, following a tutorial, a little bit, from W3 schools. Okay, they have a Python tutorial, W3 schools. And just do like, understand the simple stuff. Literally understand this whole thing, alright? Some of it like polymorphism, scopes, modules. you can kind of get away with not knowing actually. So possibly just think of everything up to arrays, Python arrays. I know classes and objects is good. Yeah, iterators is good as well. Everything else I feel like you can figure out on your own, but maybe up to polymorphism or iterators, okay, roughly, just to know about Python. And then once you're happy with a little bit of Python, you know, once you're maybe even learning some of this Python, also, you know, feed some Leetcode questions into it. So maybe by the time you get to syntax, do a Leetcode question, maybe like an easy or something. So then you kind of get a practice of it, and you kind of see like how Python is used in real life. In real life being in a Leetcode question. And then from the Leetcode question, once you're like pretty proficient with Python, I mean, you don't necessarily need to be very proficient with Python to understand Leetcode questions, but it would be good. So if a lot of this stuff would be easy, hopefully, so it should be pretty easy to fight through. Like if you get if you think you know a certain section, then don't worry about looking too deeply on them. Just go to the next section. You know, like breeze through this in like a few days, and then spend the rest of your time just learning Leetcode questions, because when you do more Leetcode questions, you'll understand Python more while you do those Leetcode questions. And you know, in terms of what Leetcode questions to do, Leetcode 150. Always do Leetcode 150. Yeah. Hopefully that sells it. How do you get those stats on your Mac header? Go to, it's literally called stats. It's literally called stats. This is literally the app. Brew install stats and you're good. Okay, brew install stats and you're good. Okay. Now I'm hoping the secret key that gets generated is the same. Okay, where is this one? Right, private key. Don't need this private key, we just go exchange straight away. So public key cannot be converted to X25519 public key. Fair enough, that means it's this IKA value, which is public key right now. But depending on, yeah, okay, yeah, of course. So depending on what you're using, which curve you're on, so if self client, so this is where it gets a little messy now. This curve is equal to curve 25519. Now I should do elif just to make it extensible if you ever change, and else is just going to be a value error where the curve is always wrong, but you can never have this happen anyway. if this curve is this, then you want to EKA, where the curve is going to be X25519 public key and X25519 public key. Okay. And oh sorry, yes, so this is from public bytes, this is also from public bytes. From public bytes. Okay. I think it's fine. Oh no. IKA dot value? Where is that? Is that the next part here that I never wrote? Yeah. Hey, okay. The shared secret. And shared secret was the first shared secret. Oh no. Problem. The shared secrets are different. Shoot. So that's good to realize. Okay, so let us delete this part where it doesn't matter. And so the shared secret key why is it printing twice? Oh right, it must have printed at the because you finished. Yeah, okay. I'm just gonna delete that. So the shared secret key should be the same, however it is not. And now we are tasked with finding why. Alright, so we gotta kind of assert the secret key to be the same. We just gotta understand why that's the case. So we're gonna say the shared secret key is on Bob. And this is the shared secret key on Alice. And on Alice we're going to say info. On Bob we're going to say info. And instead of debug we're going to call info. So now we have, and we create, okay, so create associated byte sequence. I want to change this to debug. So Alice and Bob have the same. Now I don't like the fact that we have a little bit of a difference in size. 1, 2. Alright, there we go. Now they should be the same, but they're not, right? So that's the problem that we're tasked to solve. Now for now we can say secret keys generated. Now secret keys are generated, but they're not the same secret keys yet. But we're going to make that the case now to solve that problem. Ew. They didn't give any hard questions, but I feel like there definitely was mediums. I think I got 2 Leetcode mediums. I think it's usually generally mediums anyway. We had one called, it was a sliding window problem called longest substring without repeating characters. Okay, longest substring without repeating characters. That was a Leetcode medium problem. Sliding window, and we also had a try problem, and the try problem was the graph problem. So it was the graph problem, which was also basically medium, I would say as well. I would say medium as well, but it wasn't like an actual Leetcode problem. It was more like a problem solving problem. Yeah. Yep. Gotta twist these arms. These wrists, I mean. Oh, like you go through your solution? Yeah. Yeah. You applied to over 100? Bro, there's not even... Damn. My guy is on the grind. I can say I haven't applied to that many. I got lucky to be picked into TikTok, Atlassian, and Amazon. But I probably did maybe 20, maybe, at the maximum. Applications, I think. Let me think. But these were also not including internships. We're talking also grad roles, because I already did my bachelor's, right? So some grad roles, I'm pretty sure I didn't get any of the grad roles because I was still studying anyway, and they probably realized. Namaste. Bro, I'm not Japanese. And then maybe. You completed grad? Well, I graduated from my bachelor's. Wait, Namaste is Indian? Bruh. Wait. That's kind of funny. That's actually kind of funny. Namaste is... Wait. It is associated with Hinduism. Oh my god. I am unintentionally racist to even my own race. Oh my god. That's actually funny. Oh my god. Okay, Milero. Hey bro, just found your channel. Please tell me about yourself. Yeah, I mean, I'll give you an idea, you know. Damn. Sorry, I'm just taken aback by my absolute foolishness. I mean, yeah, like malaria, you know, like I'm doing my masters at the moment, doing specializing in AI in there, but you know, I want to become a software engineer at some point. I got an internship recently, so that's why you know, I've been pretty pumped lately. And I've been doing Leetcode questions, you know, just earlier this stream I was doing Leetcode questions, because I think they're alright, you know, keeping consistent is a good thing and whatnot, and right now I'm just building a X3DH protocol, the X3DH protocol for Signal, the Signal protocol. And this is for a research project for an assignment that I'm doing right now. So, yeah. I'm currently at the University of Melbourne. I did for my undergrad as well. Oh my god. Oh man, okay. Alright. So. What consists of these values? Possibly using before assignment. So what pushed you to start a YouTube? I want to start too, but wondering if my skills are good enough. I mean, look, man, just start it. The thing is, even if you get backlash, it's probably only temporary, and you can only get better from there. Look, I even personally thought that I wasn't good enough, you know, to really be sharing anything, but it still gets some traction, I guess. But you know, you just gotta do it. You just gotta do it. So regarding my website, I basically used a template. So there was I forked it from somewhere else and just used it for mine, with the small changes, because I thought it was clean as well, you know, I thought it was pretty clean and minimal, and that's why I used it. So that was, so if I go to my personal website, so if I go to GitHub, right, because I have this GitHub public, I think, personal website. This is the personal website that I use. I basically Dockerized it from a fork from this guy. So the vcard personal website. This is where I took it from. And I thought it was pretty good. So I was like, all right, let me just use this. And in the process, you know, I kind of get familiarity with HTML, CSS, and JavaScript. So that's how I used it. That's why I used it. And this was last year when I last changed it. So it needs a bit of updates, but yeah. Okay, now guys, I will need to go to the gym. I almost forgot. So I'm gonna go now because I'm gonna meet a friend there. But I'll be back in around an hour and a half, and I'll probably do a little bit more of this before calling it a night. And because the rest of the night I kind of got to finish another assignment, which I think I should be more focused on. So I'll do that offline. So I'll still be here in the next hour and a half. Once that time has come, and then I'll probably do this maybe for an hour or so after that, hopefully to get it all done. But that's it. We go gym. We go gym. We go gym. I don't bench actually. No, actually, I benched before and then I stopped. So to be honest, I forgot what it was. Actually, wait, do I? Say 60. Say 60. All right, that's it. Say it was 60 kilos. As in the whole thing, right? As in the whole thing, and not like each side. If it was each side, I'd be crushed to like my chest would have ruptured. 60 kilos. Okay. Catches in a bit. Peace. Enjoy the music. Have a good night. Discipline. Be disciplined. Discipline. All right. Peace. I'm back. Let's try and figure this out. Why Alice and Bob have different secret keys. So DH2 and DH1 and DH3 are different from each other. Yes it is, Kevin. So DH2 are the same because let's have an identification, so ID with EKA, that works. SPKB, so IKA, SPKBB, IKB, SKA. EKA, SPKB, yep. And the final one is unknown. So because I'm only doing 3 loggings here, technically we can do another one here. Just also keep a holistic view of it all. So DH4 logging info DH4. So basically your automation scheduler project is about user add task and add hour and show it on the calendar. Yeah. Basically when, due date, maybe like priority, and then show on the calendar. Okay, the Diffie-Hellman, the 4th Diffie-Hellman is fine. But the 3 and the 1st are not. So let's say we're fine with Diffie-Hellman 2 and Diffie-Hellman 4. Let's turn our attention to Diffie-Hellmans of the 1 and the 3. So they differ, but what makes them differ? Right, Diffie-Hellman 1 here versus Diffie-Hellman 3 here. So Diffie element 1 versus the Diffie element 1 here. We're doing SPKB with exchange to IKA. Now both 1 and 3 are to do with the signed pre-key. Okay. Interesting. The common denominator here is SPKB. And SPKB is exchanged here from the private key to SPKB. Can you tell me the problem question? Well, I'm building the X3DH protocol, and the problem right now is that I've noticed the Diffie-Hellmans of the 1 and the 3. So these two Diffie-Hellmans are not returning the correct values, and I've identified it to be responsible. It's probably most likely the signed pre-key. And I think I know of a way, of a reason, and that's because of my, I guess, mindless use of the conversion between an ED and X. So I don't think you can convert ED and X. So I gotta ask. Is there a way to actually do this? Maybe I'm using the ED25519 with an X. Everything went over your head. Hey, don't worry about it. Don't worry about it, man. Don't worry about it. No, the fact is, I'm spending too much. Like, this is very niche. You're fine. KW Stace L, congrats on the position. What year are you in uni? Yeah, so thank you, man. I appreciate it. And I'm in my master's first year, and I complete my master's next year. So So it should be convertible, but I need to understand why. So cryptography, library, Python, convert x25519 to ed25519. Nice, you seem pretty chill. It's also pretty cool that you continue Leetcoding after securing an internship. Yeah, you know, the grind never ends. Also, yeah, like, it's a lifelong pursuit, you know? It's a long-term pursuit. Probably not lifelong, but long-term for sure. Because, you know, I still have to find grad roles at some point, so why not start now? That's the logic, especially when I'm already in the momentum of it. So keys generally used for signing can be used for derivation of a shared secret. You have to be converted from the twisted Edwards to the Montgomery form. Sure. One application of this is OS core group communication, where the keys that are mostly used for signing are used for static key derivation. Paragraph stating if ED, DSA asymmetric keys are used, it would be nice to have that functionality in cryptography. Right now I'm performing most steps for this using cryptography module, but the coordinate conversion process is not available. And as a workaround, I'm reaching into the NaCl library just to do that. The example code is this. That's true. I'm also either trying to secure a grad role in Europe or just go for a master's in CS. Bet, man. The thing was, yeah, for me, I did a master's mainly because I wanted the opportunity for a PhD at some point, but also I want to learn a bit more, and I hadn't had a grad role yet. You know, those three factors all contributed to it. Interesting. So you can still do it, it seems. Yorichi. I love Yorichi actually. Is there a way to make an key that encrypts a message? That key can't be used to decrypt a message. For decryption, you need another, like different keys for encryption and decryption. Yep, that's possible. That's what modern cryptography is all about at the moment. Yeah. That's asymmetric cryptography for you, what you're describing. So, hell yeah. Yeah, we're literally talking about, you're literally describing asymmetric cryptography, which is what I'm literally trying to do here. Okay, now, after looking at that, you know, we might be able to use ChatGPT to understand this further, just to get a well-rounded overview. Alright, now this looks like nothing, this article. Alright, ChatGPT. How do you convert from ED25519 to X25519 for the cryptography Python library? Hey yo, that's a lot. So you gave me the actual code to do this. However, am I convinced? Why should I be? Where does this come from? Anyway, that's the private bytes. You create a SHA-526, 512 digest. You use only the first 32 bytes of the hash. Create the X255 private key from the clamped scalar. And you return that private key. Shit, bruh. This seems kinda mad. So that's what's used in end-to-end encryption? Yeah, it is actually. That's actually right. That's true. That's very true. Except, you know, there's instead of having just one key to encrypt and the other key to decrypt, there's four. There's four at the three at the minimum, but four usually. And that's the basis of this algorithm that I'm building. So I'm building an end-to-end encryption algorithm. That's what's used in Signal, the app. And I'm not sure if it does for say Messenger or Telegram, but I'm sure they have their own specs similar to something like this. So, yes, that is end-to-end encryption. I mean, to be honest, these are good questions, you know, Yurichi? Very good questions, because, yeah, definitely smart questions that you are asking here. Stuff that I wouldn't have asked myself. Now, you're saying according to a spec, but how can I trust you on that? Right? ChatGPT, how can I trust you on that? So I'm going to say create a new Python file and just see what you mean. What you mean. So we're going to save this Python file, call it test.py. And we're saving it not in algorithms, but the source directory. And we're gonna test. Now, the only way that I know this works, the way I want it to, is if I do a little bit of code substitution from ed to x. When are you starting for Amazon? I'm starting this summer, around the start of December. So, yeah, not bad. And then it'll finish around like late February, so just about 3 months. Okay. Now, the question is whether this works. Now, it looks like it works, but the only way to know is give it a public key. I give it a public key. I find a public key. I get the public key and then decrypt it with something. Should be it. But why can't I do the same with ED? There's something else that I'm missing here that's beyond just that, because it has to be like these types. All right, let me be clear with the types that we have here. SPKB is a 255, so it's an X, right? It's an X. Identity key is an X. This is an X. This is an ED. This is an X, and this is an X25X as well. So only IKB is ED. Sure, let's just assume that for now. And IKB, right? Okay. Well. X. Wait, is it? Has to be. And X. X. And X. SPKB might be wrong. IKA is shown as an X, and perhaps it should be an ED. Yep, okay. So it has to be X's. How can I assert it has to be in the SPKB, right? It has to be. Because I converted it to X255 here, and the SPKB that's being used here is converted directly. I think that's wrong, but the idea is if it was converted correctly, Can you convert a private key, a public key?
Yeah.
We just got to try it. Except the problem is, how do you convert a public? Give it a think harder. How can you convert public keys? Excusez-moi. So is not feasible. Then how do you sign it? How do you verify it? Let me see. So how would you verify? How do you use the sign per key? Hold up. So how do you use a signed pre-key in ED25519 and use it also for key exchange in Diffie-Hellman? Is this just like what is implemented, what is specified in the X3DH protocol? This is use the cryptographic cryptography Python library. Lots of yap. So to implement a signed pre-key, similar to X3DH protocol, you can utilize Python's cryptography below steps used for Diffie-Hellman. Okay. So on the recipient's end, what's up, Honeycode? If the signature is valid. Let me think. The signed pre-key is itself used for the Diffie-Hellman, but we're using the bytes. Taking the public key of the signed pre-key, the public key of that was used which isn't possible. But the signed pre-key How is the publishable being generated? Maybe the signed pre-key is not what I think it is. EKA. So SPK B Okay, I did misunderstand everything. Oh my god, okay. This is being misunderstood. So the signed pre-key is just some key, which is going to be an X key pair. Okay. Now what this means is, when I run this, we get issues in this line. Well, that's because, well, let's say we don't verify anything. Okay, you can't just do that. Pre-key signature is already... Okay, signed pre-key versus pre-key signature. So pre-key signature is the signed pre-key. Okay, signed pre-key encoded. Okay, so... something signs it. IK. Tusha, what am I working on? X3DH. Still. I'm so close. I need to figure out how to make the shared secret actually correct. Yeah, that's what I'm doing. Okay, well that seems like that's what it's meant to do. Damn, identity private key. Alright, well maybe that's not using it correctly. Let me see. SKB. So private key. X3DH signature. Holy shit. Montgomery private key. Montgomery public key. Message to sign. Secure random data. Curve 25519. Security considerations. Yeah. Alright, so this is signature schemes ED XED DSA. What? Seems like I'm reaching a limit. It's definitely interesting. sign message using ED2 to priv sign. Let's just see the home page. So key signature, sign it. Unfortunately, it's only 7 stars. Now, would this be possible? Maturin. You have a question. Priyash, how was the first computer software created? From sticking pins into holes to create a Turing machine. Made by probably Alan Turing. Used to decrypt the German ciphertexts from across the ocean. Perhaps. And this was this huge machine that he pinned using like actual pins into like, I don't know, a computer system. But the computer system was like a wall of computers. Also, what about Wi-Fi? Something about how it was founded by, was it the NSA or was it NASA? I forgot which one it was. Founded by some government organization where we got the World Wide Web from. You know, it was used to connect universities together. And the Wi-Fi that we know of today seems wireless, but all the wires are actually, to connect to other countries, has to be done over the sea. Through connections, through actual physical connections under the sea. I guess that's the World Wide Web for you. Yeah, no, this is fucked. You need to figure out how to use Python inside Rust. Oh, well, you need to modify the Rust program to also use Python a little bit. So this ain't gonna work for me because I want to use Python module directly. So that's not gonna work. It's crazy what we are capable of, but yet most people limit themselves into thinking out of the box. And the people who don't work towards it. I mean, what do you mean exactly? X3DH. That's fucked, man. So I can't implement signing properly right now. Shit. What laptop am I using? I'm using a Mac Air M1. The very base of the base model in that. Is it heating up a bit? Yeah, it is a little bit heating up. I mean, it's very heated up, and right now it's starting to get warm now, so that's why I'm wearing a shirt for the first time on stream, by the way, guys. Victory at last. Summer has come. I remember when I used to stream and summer was, my fingers were still cold as hell. Oh. What do we have here? So we got lots of messages. Have you ever used Soufflé keyboard? What the heck is that? I will say never have I ever. All good, Aditya, you don't need to, but sure. Am I atheist? Yes, I am. Subham, I am currently just building the X3DH protocol, but we're running into signature issues because I can't figure out how to get X3DHC to work on Python, and I don't think currently there is an implementation for it, which is going to make my life hard. And at this point, I don't want to re-implement the X3DHC algorithm that the Signal protocol has currently, and I'm going to omit that from the final research project. So I think that's my executive decision, and I think the way to do that now, to have that, is to just use XDSA. Oh, sorry, XDSA. X key pairs rather than ED key pairs for anything. So everything's just going to be X key pairs, no verification for now, because XEDDSA is hard to implement at the moment. Why is most Eastern Asia atheist? I don't know. I don't know. I mean, for me at least, my dad doesn't really care either. My mom believes in ghosts a little, but yeah. Yeah. I mean, thanks, Aditya. It's all good. It's all good. The thing is, I was only browsing. Not gonna get too invested yet. Anyway, the Soufflé keyboard definitely looks pretty clean, I will not lie. It almost reminds me of the there was some other keyboard with the chalk keycaps. That was small. Yeah, I forgot the name. Voyager. There was a Voyager and there was something else. Alright. Anyway. So I can't figure out the EDDSA at the moment, so I will leave it. Right? Will I leave it? Is there XEDDSA exception? What do you mean? What does this do? I gotta read into this a little more, to be honest. Is Python the go-to lang in 2024? Depends. If you're starting out, definitely. I think Python's a good programming language to use because it broadens the horizons of what you want to use. Use Python for, I mean, AI, ML, normal coding, Leetcode practice, you name it. What year are you in uni? Fourth year. Well, technically first year for masters. And you know, if I get rich enough, Aditya, definitely, why not? I will give away this keyboard, or even a new one at some point, if I get rich enough. Subham, if you want the CPU usage like what I had before up there, it's literally called stats, right? Stats. Search stats GitHub and you will find it. Why do you need X3DH? So I need it for the signing. Well, it's basically for the X3DH protocol. I need it to sign the pre-key, one pre-key. I just need to sign a pre-key. But I can get away with not signing anything and not verifying anything, right? I can get away with not needing it. But am I safe to do that? Do I really want to do that? Were you always on the ground like this? I'm trying to move, trying to be more productive, but it's hard for me. Currently 3rd year and hoping to get some work experience. Yeah, yeah. I mean, mostly. You know, some days when I'm not on stream, you know for a fact that I'm like chilling. I'm just chilling. But yeah, like for a time before my streams, I also was just spending too long on the desk alone. So yeah, at that point, I just decided I'd end up streaming it, and that's what I'm doing now. But it's not for everyone, to be honest. Sitting for too long is bad for you, so don't sit for too long. Which reminds me to stand. Okay. Hello, Giri. I'm good. What do you need guidance on, Aditya? Honestly, if you actually DM me, I'll give you like more comprehensive thoughts. $2K subs. Thank you, man. Has it really been 2K subs? I guess this stream surpassed 2K subs. Hell yeah. Thank you all for subbing. Thank you all for the subs. It means a lot, by the way, because the channel has grown quite a bit now since I first started. Let's turn on some lights in this house. Okay. Signed key, signed pre-key, and okay, so you have a few things. Signed pre-key, pre-key signature. Signed pre-key, the private key, and the public key. You can verify it with the signature, pre-key signature. And the message. What about X25519? Sign a message. Yeah, but this is perform a Diffie-Hellman key exchange. So that's not even. Yeah, no, this isn't even what I need, man. This isn't even. Okay, so I'm just gonna ignore us. So the plan is. I've got to make note of this now. We do not implement signing because they're implementing X3DH signature scheme is out of scope. Right. Now it's out of scope. Alright, now with that said, we gotta kind of get rid of some stuff. So, what do we get rid of? How do we get rid of it? And it's gonna take up some resources and time to get rid of that. I'll need to think of a way. So at the end of the day, you don't want EDs at all. All you want is X's. Invalid signature. I'm almost going to be eating dinner now. Okay. Interesting. Interesting. Okay, here's what I'm gonna do, because it's coming to the end of the day. I'm gonna call it a night for now because I'm about to have dinner. I spent quite a lot of time today doing this protocol and also doing Leetcode, and that was about the extent of it. But you know, most of this X3DH protocol is done now. It's just to get rid of the verification, the signing algorithm, the signing implementation that's already there. And once we've done that, you know, that's the only compromise that we'll have for this algorithm, and we'll make note of it in the final report. And is that good for me now? I think that is. So yeah. Geez, it's still 3 p.m. in Indonesia? Oh yeah, I mean, that makes sense. 3 p.m. up there, 7 p.m. down here. You know how it is, you know how it is. I mean, you're also more east than I am. What time do you live stream again usually? Let's see. It's usually, I mean, 7 hours ago. Oh wait, when was this stream? 11 hours ago, so think about it, 8 o'clock. So I started at 8 o'clock yesterday, I mean today. So 8 o'clock, typically anywhere between 8 to 10 is when I'd start. But I will say that tomorrow I might or might not stream. Alright. So kind of late, but how was the gym sesh? Pretty tiring, to be honest. We got the chest today, okay, and we got the chests and triceps, but I didn't do much of the triceps, but it was still tiring. I gotta eat a little more as well, to make it less tiring, and I gotta also, I guess once I eat more, I can do more as well. But no, it was fine. It was fine. Can I control my fan speed with stats? No, I don't think so. I don't think you can. I don't think you can. Alright guys. I think we will call it a day because it has been 11 hours. And I appreciate everyone joining. Hope to see you guys either tomorrow or the day after or sometime next week. I appreciate you all sticking along and watching the streams. Now I hope this has been you know, helpful for you guys, and you know, I hope I've answered good questions today as well. So with all that said, I'll catch you all later in the week. Peace.